Seeing reports of maybe building damage in Israel. Hang on. Khan News says 2 buildings hit in Haifa, 4 slightly injured in Lashish area, if I'm pronouncing that right. But Khan News reports that 2 buildings were hit in Haifa. Oh, I think I have the replay. Do I have the replay? This is the weirdest thing. That's not helpful. Let's try something else. Hang on, guys. Doing my best to get that Haifa Cam replay for you. So, seeing reports that 2 buildings were hit in Haifa. Okay? And I will get you more updates. And we don't have the Haifa Cam right at the moment. But I'm trying to pull up the replay from it right now. Buildings reported hit in Israel from new Iranian missiles, from latest Iranian missiles. Okay, is this the replay? Oh, I have another video to show you in a second. I got it. I think I got it. I think I got the Haifa replay. Okay, I have the Haifa replay, guys. I'm going to show you the replay from Haifa right now. This is going to be the Haifa replay. Haifa replay. Moments ago. Haifa replay moments ago. Coming up right now. Get ready. Here we go. All right, you're looking at, this is the Haifa replay. I'm going to play it for you right now. Here we go. I have not even watched this yet. Haifa replay. Keep your eyes out. I think we're going to see smoke come up. You heard sirens on that replay, but there's an interceptor on the right. Look on the right. See on the right, the 2 interceptors go up on the right. We see that. Interceptor on the left. So, a boom. Again, this is a replay from moments ago, Haifa, Israel. Flash in the sky. Flash, a couple more flashes. Oh, look at this. Here it is right there. Coming down right now, right there. And there's the hit. Wow, wow. Wow, we just saw it right there. That was the Haifa replay. That was one of the missiles. You can see it, the boom and the smoke and the flash. Oh, wow. So that is the Haifa strike. That happened about 10 minutes ago. All right, I'm gonna replay that for you. Again, that happened about 10 minutes ago. So let me replay that for you guys. That was pretty scary. Here is the replay from Haifa. No, or we need earlier. We need earlier. Again, we're replaying the Haifa shot. So you're going to see some interceptors go up and then a missile hit. Again, this is just moments ago. So interceptor coming up on the right, interceptor coming up on the right there, right? Then on the left, an interceptor comes up right there. And now watch coming down the middle. Watch right down the middle of your screen. You'll see a missile come in and hit. Some flashes there. Right here, look at that missile. It just comes in. It just comes in. Boom. Wow. I hope people are okay there. But that looked like it might have been a direct hit. I'll just show that one more time, just that particular strike. So here, I'm going to replay that missile coming in to Haifa right now. Look at that. Just comes in, maybe another one intercepted. Wow. All right, so we got to check and see if there's any updates. Now, on the live shot, and you can see the smoke come up. Now, let me go to the live shot now. Let's look at the live shot of Haifa. I'll put it on the screen for you. There is smoke there in Haifa. No, this is not a replay. This is now live. And if I make this bigger, that's smoke down here coming from Haifa right there. That is the smoke. So, several buildings have been reported hit in Israel from the latest barrage. Let me get some updates for you guys. Let me just get some updates here. Going to post a video in the chat that OSIN Technical posted that reportedly is of some exo-atmospheric interceptions that happened. Okay, hey guys, update for you. Update for you. The Israeli Defense Force says oh, new missiles. New missiles, I think. Hey, guys, I think I just saw... What is this? No, not new missiles. I'm very confused. I'm seeing two announcements. One says you're allowed to leave. One says you're allowed to leave your spaces. Literally like 1 minute ago, Homefront Command said, I think there might have been a mistaken post on the English language one. Yeah, some areas you can leave, in a number of areas you can exit your protected areas. The IDF just posted, it is now permitted to leave protected spaces in areas across the country. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a couple of announcements from Israel. You can leave your protected spaces across the country. But I'll let you know if that changes. Yes, Homefront Command just posted it is possible to leave your protected area. See? Please note it is possible to exit the protected area. If alerts are received, our instructions must be followed. So people in Israel are being told now you can leave your protected area. Okay. What's going in Haifa? Is there still that smoke there? Are we still seeing the smoke in Haifa? Kind of less smoke now in Haifa, right here. But it looked like there was a direct hit there. And I'll replay that in a second for you. I will replay that in a second for you. And let's get some updates on what happened with these missile hits. I have an update, I believe, from the Emergency Medical Service there. The Emergency Medical Service in Israel says following the latest barrage in the north of the country, we are providing medical treatment and taking 2 people injured in minor condition from shrapnel to the hospital. We are scanning the area for additional casualties. So 2 minor injuries reported from the latest barrage. Oh, I have another update, though. Manny Fabian says 4 people were lightly wounded by an Iranian ballistic missile impact in a town in southern Israel. Damage was also caused by a missile impact in Haifa, but no injuries are reported there. Firefighters are working to extinguish a fire in Haifa. So, while we have... There's another video I want to get for you here. I'm going to replay a couple things. Going to replay a couple things for you. Okay. Why don't we look again? Let's look again at that Haifa video, because that was really striking, where we saw a direct hit. Oops. Those are sirens from the replay. By the way, a quick thank you to our moderators who are here. We have Beth Mythical, Janet B., Ruth Krafasi moderating. Thank you. Also, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, McBridges, and Surly Dev, thanks for moderating on Twitch. Linda Belglary and Misha on X. And on Facebook, we have Margaret Riley's moderating. Thank you. Thank you also to Jackie Glassman Rubin for the Facebook stars. I really appreciate that. Also, thanks so much to for your support. Thanks to I owe a couple thank yous here. Give me a moment. Rusty Shackelford, that's so kind of you, Rusty Shackelford. Thank you, Rusty. Also, thank you, Laura Malloy, Bad Banner, Caleb B., Urban Interface Living, Joshua C., Low Key Valkyrie, Samuel Helser, Kate Rose Robert Desvillau, Susan Lost Souls Exploring, Pat W., Robert, PZ Papa Zulu, Lisa Sutz, Quasi Frodo, Il Libo Il Lee, Succuled, Jill Tedesco, Portec, The Cool Tube 2020, Kira Devers, Bonnie Bailey, Jonas Malferrari, Christy M., Max Payne, Dina Scott, Rule, Portec, Martin Gingrich, Eric Bowman, Genitols, Rune, William Kaufman, Dave Long, J4H, Shizpank. Thank you for your support. And also Sweetums on Twitch, Memers, and Subwig, Millward White, and Dark Crypto. So let's look now at the replay from about, 15 minutes ago when these new missiles came in. And it certainly looked like we saw a direct hit in Haifa. So here is the Haifa replay. And you'll hear sirens first, and then we'll go from there. All right, so this is a replay from Haifa coming up now. This is a replay. Replay, everyone. Replay, everyone. Now you'll see some interceptor. The sirens happen. Then you'll see some interceptors come in. Keep your eyes out. All right, see there's an interceptor on the right, two interceptors on the right. So we see those go through. Now you're going to see an interceptor on the left. There's an interceptor on the left, right? Now I'm no longer in the way. Now watch the middle of your screen here. Watch the middle of your screen and watch what happens. See a flash there? Now watch the middle of your screen. Right there, that missile, you see it the whole way in. Boom. Wow. Now, no injuries. Oh, no. What did Manny Fabian, I think, said there were like 4 injuries reported from that? I'll have to look that up. What did Manny say? Manny with Times of Israel, Fabian, said 4 people, oh no, damage by that strike in Haifa, by a strike in Haifa, but no injuries. I assume that's the one. So I have not heard of injuries in Haifa yet. I've heard that there's damage. And I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show you that missile coming in again. It's really amazing, that video there. Right here. Here it is right here. Look at the middle of your screen. Middle of your screen here. You really see it the whole way there. Wow. I did not see any hits on our Tel Aviv cam. We had a Tel Aviv cam that showed some, looked like some interceptions. All right, so that's what happened in Haifa about 15, 20 minutes ago. Now we'll go back to the live shot from everywhere. These are all live shots. On the Haifa camera, I believe they might have put out the fire, because I am not seeing that fire anymore on the Haifa camera. So I think they might have put that out. We'll keep going. As I mentioned, there is this question of how many missiles Iran has left. I saw an expert today. Hold on a second here. Fabian Hoffman, who is with... he's a research fellow. He specializes in defense policy, missile technology, and nuclear strategy. He was reposted by somebody who I follow, who I think is very smart. And Fabian had said something about he said that he believes Iran is facing a missile dilemma, and he thinks that Iran probably has enough medium-range ballistic missiles for at least 2 to 4 additional large-scale salvos against Israel. But he says their arsenal will inevitably be depleted. And also he points out that Israel is still attacking its missiles and its missile equipment. And he says, the longer this conflict goes on, the more likely it is that Iran no longer can conduct large-scale missile attacks. Now, you might say, can they bring more in? But, I mean, Israel has aerial dominance there, from what I know. My guess is that Israel has drones up and is watching over to make sure they don't bring anything in. So I would guess it might be difficult for them to start bringing in extra missiles from somewhere. One of our viewers, Riptid, thinks launchers might be a problem for them. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe, you know, Israel has said they've been destroying launchers too. So, you know. Now, I will say this, however. I will say this. I don't think that these Iranian missile strikes are a huge deterrent to Israel. In the big scheme of things, you know, certainly it's bad for Israel to have these Iranian missile strikes coming in, but even the large missile strikes of Iran that they've done, they did one last April, they did one last October, they did some a couple days ago, even those have not caused damage on a scale, I believe, that would change Israel's calculus about what to do. So, you know, sometimes the building gets hit and sometimes people do get killed. And that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate on both sides. when that happens. But just to be clear, I don't know that even those big strikes, the larger salvos, were a deterrent to Israel in the first place. The Institute for the Study of War had an article recently about Iran and Israel I wanted to check out. What I need to do is, let me check that out. Okay, this is an interesting point from the Institute for the Study of War. That's understandingwar.org. It's a good website. I'll post a link to the article in the chat. They're a research organization. They do military analysis. They said yesterday, Iran may respond to the Israeli escalation by threatening international maritime security. A former Iranian Revolutionary Guard officer and current Parliamentary Security Committee member said yesterday that Iran is reviewing whether to close the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian officials have repeatedly threatened to attack U.S. bases and international shipping in response to a potential strike. I should show you something about the Strait of Hormuz. If you give me a second, I will. In a recent article from AP about oil prices going up, they said analysts pointed to the potential for disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz, a relatively narrow waterway off of Iran's coast. Much of the world's oil that's been pulled from the ground passes through the Strait of Hormuz on ships. I'll show you where that is. There it is right there. Pulling up a map for you from Google Maps. There it is. So here's Iran right here. Here's Saudi Arabia here. There's the Persian Gulf here. And the Strait of Hormuz is right in here. Maybe I'll do it this way. There, that's better. The Strait of Hormuz is this narrow waterway in here, and there's the Persian Gulf, and there's Iran. So there's this question, would Iran block the Strait of Hormuz and keep getting anything from coming out of the Persian Gulf? That's the Strait of Hormuz in here. Hold on a moment here. Wikipedia says that a third of the world's liquefied natural gas and almost 25% of total global oil consumption passes through the Strait of Hormuz, making it a highly important strategic location for international trade. Dirtbath thinks that Iran would struggle to blockade the trade routes. It is at its narrowest point 21 nautical miles wide, according to Wikipedia. By the way, thank you so much to El Vasco gave 50 people memberships. Wow, in the chat, that's so nice of you, El Vasco. Make sure you thank El Vasco or someone else if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thank you, El Vasco. That's very kind of you. Happy Father's Day to any fathers out there, by the way. James Kromchak, thank you for being a member. Also, thanks No Name the Druid, who says, don't touch our boats with American flags. Thank you, Super Fish Fry, Rule, Logan Misiak, Kimberly Baker. Kimberly says, why am I not seeing the videos and pictures from Iran? I can only show you what I have the rights to. I can't take videos and photos that I don't own the rights to and start showing them on my channel. So I do know that there are periodically pictures and videos on social media, some of them in Iranian state media, of damage and activities in Iran. What I've been doing is posting them on my X account, and you can go to my X account and see them there. At Lookner on X. As soon as I start doing that today, I will post a message in the chat saying, go see my X account for additional pics and vids. But yeah, again, the internet is not Steve's supply cabinet that Steve gets to pick and choose whatever he wants and use for his personal channel. So that is not the way it works. But I will be posting stuff on my X account from other people, and I would recommend you check me out on X at Lookner, because during these streams I've been posting stuff there, and sometimes I'll post links in the chat as well. Thank you so much, Kimberly Baker. Also, Heads and Tails, thanks. Denise Olstinsky, Patriot Warrior, Princess Teapot, thank you. You know, there's this report today, and I don't even know what to make of it. Oh, hold on. Oh, sorry. That's from before. Just make sure I have you guys updated here. Oh, Israel just posted a video, guys, of attacking surface-to-surface missile production sites, radar sites, and surface-to-air missile launchers. I'm going to put this on the screen for you. This is from the Israeli Defense Forces. Whoop. It's from the IDF. So what are we looking at here? I don't even know what we're looking at. Something getting destroyed. What is it? What was it? What is it, or was it? I assume it's a missile production site, radar site, or surface-to-air missile launcher. Oops. A radar, someone said. A launcher, someone said. Missiles. We got all the guesses in the chat. I don't know. Is that a missile launcher? I'm not sure. Anyways. That was just posted by the Israeli military. Manny Fabian thought it was missile launchers. He knows his stuff. All right, hang on a moment here. Manny Fabian, Manny Fabian reports 4 people were injured in the impact in Haifa, including a 72-year-old woman in moderate condition. She suffered smoke inhalation. I'm going to post a link to a video from Haifa from the impact there. I just posted it in the chat, and I'm going to replay the Haifa video in a second. Thanks, by the way, to Cherry Onkin on Twitch and Cerberus on Twitch and Ascertainment on Twitch. I want to show you again, for those who didn't see, let me just do this here. Okay, for those of you who missed it, we saw a direct missile hit. It appeared to be a direct missile hit in Haifa a short while ago. Oh, there's another video I might be able to play you too. Hold on. I haven't even looked at this one yet. Where's this one? First, let me play this for you. I have a new video from Ramallah in the West Bank from the last about 45 minutes ago or so. There was the previous Iranian missile launch against Israel. So this is a video. I haven't even watched it yet. This is from Ramallah. This is a replay. Ramallah replay moments ago. Then we'll do Haifa replay. So this is view of missiles, Iranian missiles in the sky from Ramallah moments ago. Not moments ago, earlier. About 15 minutes ago. Plays. It'll play in a second. Looks like those are, I don't know if those are missiles or interceptors. That was just, all right, so that was that clip. Kind of a short clip there from Ramallah. Now let's do the Haifa replay from earlier, where you see the missile hit. Here is the Haifa replay. It's coming up. Haifa replay. You'll hear some sirens first, and then you'll see interceptors, and then you'll see the missile. Again, this is earlier, about an hour ago. Give it a second here. You'll see an interceptor come into frame in a second. All right, there's a couple interceptors on the right. Interceptor on the left. Now watch the middle of your screen here. A couple flashes. Watch that missile right there. And it hits. And the smoke rises. Manny Fabian reported that one woman was slightly injured, was moderately injured from smoke inhalation, and I think there were a few minor injuries from that. And I'm going to replay that again, but that's pretty crazy. Let's watch that one more time. Watch the middle of your screen. Right here. There it is. Wow. One of our viewers says, that's a miracle, only minor injuries. Well, I guess one moderate and a few minor. But the thing is, remember, everybody is supposed to have access to some sort of protected area. It's really emphasized in Israel. You know, that reminds me, I saw a report from Manny Fabian, which I think was important. If you give me a second here, let's get away from this live shot. Manny said that, I want to show you this. So there was this, we were covering it before, but there was a strike on a couple buildings. There was a big explosion, a missile that hit in the Bat Yam area near Tel Aviv last night, and or I guess it might have been early this morning, but in our last stream. And a number of Israelis were killed. But Manny Fabian reported today from Times of Israel, he said, civilians who were inside bomb shelters in the building in Bat Yam that was struck by an Iranian missile this morning were unharmed. A Home Front Command search and rescue official says, each floor in the apartment block has a shared bomb-safe room, and the building also has an underground shelter. The missile, which carried a warhead of hundreds of kilograms, directly struck the building. killing at least 6 people and wounding nearly 200. Now, at one point, 35 were missing, but that number's gone down. 7 people are still missing. Part of the building collapsed. According to Israel Home Front Command, everyone who was in shelters was unharmed, while all of the casualties were outside of the shelters. The military has routinely emphasized that as good as Israel's multi-layered air defenses are, they are not hermetic. It has urged Israelis to heed Home Front Command instructions to take shelter in safe rooms and bomb shelters when incoming missile warnings are received. So that's happened a couple times, I believe, where incidents where the last few days where Israelis have gotten killed, and it's been reported after that they were not in the designated shelter rooms. So it's really important, the military says, for people to make sure they're in those designated shelter rooms. Oh, I just saw an interesting report. Interesting report from Tamir Morag of Channel 14 that I wanted to mention. Tamir Morag of Channel 14 says, in Israel, Tamir Morag says, Channel 14 reports a significant escalation. Israel is now actively working to destabilize the Iranian regime through a newly approved strike plan approved by the Defense Minister Katz and Prime Minister Netanyahu. As part of the operation, regime targets in Tehran will now be attacked, accompanied by mass evacuation of civilians from those areas as a means of applying pressure on the regime in response to their attacks on the Israeli home front. The plan is designed to trigger a mass exodus of civilians from Tehran and serves as a powerful lever of pressure on the regime in a way that could destabilize it. As part of this, the IDF earlier today issued its first Arabic language announcement calling on civilians to evacuate areas near weapon sites in Tehran. Now, I think, was there a Persian one too? A Persian announcement of this? Maybe there was, I'm not sure. Or is it Farsi? It's the same thing, right? Persian Farsi is the official language of Iran. Wikipedia says the Iranian constitution also recognizes Arabic as the language of Islam and assigns it formal status as the language of religion. Marcus Aurelius says so they are going to be attacking civilians Gaza style. They didn't say that, but it sounds like they want to maybe make life more difficult for civilians in Tehran as a way of putting pressure on the regime, at least according to that Channel 14 report. What about the Haifa cam? What am I looking at on the Haifa cam? Why am I looking at? Why are people screaming Haifa cam? That's the Haifa cam. What's the screaming about in the chat? A blinking light in the sky? What, a plane? I don't know what it is, but I don't think it's anything hugely consequential. Once in a while you hear a boom like that. That could just be, I don't know, like a car backfiring or something. I need to take about 1 minute. I need to take about 1 minute here, which is Steve will be back in 1 minute. Give me 1 minute, I'm coming right back. All right, we are back, bringing you live coverage. 9:57 p.m. Israel time. A couple of thank yous here. Thank you to our moderators. We have Beth Mythical, Janet B. Moderating right now. Thank you. And Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X, on Twitch. Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, McBridges, and Surly Dev, thank you. Kayla Ribati modding, thanks Kay. Paul Anderson, thank you. Margaret Riley over on Facebook. And quick thank you to Got Me Some, Long Story, for your support. Yeah, Valerian, I'm going to mention that story in a second. Thanks, Valerian. Mo Gold. Lights Nightlife. Shawnee Boy. Linz Lazuli. Donna Lauer for the memberships. Miss Curvy. No Name the Druid. Aaron Easton. Thank you, Aaron. Dagukan from Turkey. James Kromchak, who says, I'm so sick of the fighting, it hurts my heart. I just want all these wars to stop. Thank you, James. Galen Standiford, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Carrie said, he says he's a ship captain, and Jerry says, and he's been through the Strait of Hormuz many times. Thank you, Marina Girl. The Buzz CJC. Marcel Kern, who gave 20 people membership. So nice of you, Marcel. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership or a subscription. Thanks, The Buzz CJC, who thinks trade routes should be off the table if Iran is smart. And yeah, I'm going to mention this whole thing. So, I just don't know. When I see reports like this, I'm like, I don't know if it's true. Reuters has a story, Trump vetoed Israeli plan to kill Iran's supreme leader, U.S. officials say. Now, I don't doubt that some U.S. officials are claiming this. They're not making up that U.S. officials said that. I just don't know if it's true. Also, I don't know that Israel would seek approval if they really wanted to do it. So Reuters says President Trump vetoed an Israeli plan in recent days to kill Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, 2 U.S. officials told Reuters on Sunday. One of the sources, a senior U.S. official said, U.S. administration official said, have the Iranians killed an American yet? No, until they do, we're not even talking about going after the political leadership, said one of the sources. The official, speaking on condition of anonymity, said top U.S. officials have been in constant communication with Israeli officials in the days since Israel launched a massive attack on Iran in a bid to halt its nuclear program. The officials said the Israelis reported they had an opportunity to kill the top Iranian leader, but Trump waved them off the plan. The officials would not say whether Trump himself delivered the message, but Trump has been in frequent communications with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. When asked about the Reuters report, Netanyahu today said there's so many false reports of conversations that never happened, and I'm not going to get into that, but I can tell you I think we do what we need to do, we'll do what we need to do. And I think the United States knows what is good for the United States, he said. Trump has been holding out for hope of a resumption of U.S.-Iranian negotiations over Tehran's nuclear program. Talks that had been scheduled for today were canceled as a result of the strikes. Trump told Reuters on Friday, quote, we knew everything about the Israeli strikes. I thought there was a good piece of analysis on this from Greg Carlstrom of The Economist. And Greg posted about this and said, as always with these kinds of stories, the big question is who leaked it and why? Who leaked the story? He said, is it critics of the war trying to demonstrate that Netanyahu is reckless by putting out there that he wants to kill Khamenei? Or is it supporters of the war who are trying to make Trump look weak, indecisive, and goad him into changing his mind? So I agree with him that with these kind of stories, somebody is putting it out there for some reason. But I don't know why. Israel has in the past killed the leadership of Hamas and Hezbollah, for whatever that's worth. Oh, by the way, hold on a second here. Hang on. You know, something to keep in mind, which I think is useful keeping in mind about this conflict, is Israel is a ways away from Iran. So with Israeli air operations, they got to go back and forth. They could, if Iran were right next to Israel, they could conduct a lot more airstrikes in less time. There would, of course, be other ramifications of that, but it's hundreds of miles away. So if you just look at this map here, for example, you see here's Iran and here's Israel. So even if they're attacking in the western part of Iran, the closer part to them, you're talking about, I mean, that's 650 miles. So you got to go back and forth, and you have planes loaded with fuel and also with armaments, and they're heavy. So I would assume that uses more fuel. But my point is that it takes time to get to carry out these attacks, and you know, it's not like it's right next door. So you might say, why aren't they attacking more? Now there might be other reasons, but one reason might be is that they have to fly back and forth. Do they have air tankers to refuel? I think their capacity is limited because I believe that the U.S. sometimes would help them with that, but the U.S. is not playing that role right now. Cannabis said he saw a UK retanker on flight radar in Iraq 20 minutes ago. Yeah, so The Economist had an article a couple days ago about the conflict. Israel launches waves of devastating strikes on Iran. And they talked about the refueling. They said Israel's Air Force has around 300 manned fighter jets and long-range attack drones, but only a limited number can attack simultaneously, as it has only a small number of the refueling tankers needed to enable heavily laden aircraft to reach targets over 1,000 miles from Israeli bases. Each wave of strikes consists of a few dozen aircraft. Also, I haven't even read this yet. The Economist has a new, I like The Economist. They have a new article today on this conflict. Let me see, let me just mention a couple things they said. They say that the damage done to Iran's nuclear sites so far has been limited. Only 2 main sites have been hit in Natanz and Isfahan, along with some minor ones. Israeli analysts assess the IDF has hit at most a third of the nuclear program, which would set it back by months, not years. Also, The Economist says Israel has yet to attack underground nuclear facilities, the underground ones, including the large uranium enrichment plant in Fordow. There have been Israeli strikes above ground at Fordow. So that's something to watch out for. They say Israel may lack sufficiently powerful bunker buster bombs to totally destroy the underground enrichment plants. That would be a reason for Israel to want the U.S. to participate, but the U.S. is not participating to that degree in this offensive. You know what's very interesting? This is very interesting also. We were talking earlier about how Iran has a limited number of missiles. But another thing to keep in mind is Israel's stock of interceptors. The Economist today said much now depends on Israel's capacity to destroy Iranian missile launchers before Israel's stockpiles of interceptor missiles are depleted. Iran, meanwhile, had 2,000 missiles capable of reaching Israel when the war began, according to Israeli intelligence. Many have now been either fired or destroyed. And they're going to keep having their, their missiles and equipment destroyed by Israel. This is interesting. In the Economist article, one analyst, the former chief of Israel's military intelligence, says, Iran can't beat Israel, but Israel probably doesn't have the capabilities to entirely destroy its military program, its nuclear program either. Whether America, which does have the necessary bunker-busting bombs, will join the fight is unclear, says The Economist. Interesting. They also do point out in their article there's a big financial cost to Israel for this war. An economist advising the government puts the direct costs of jet fuel and munitions for the war against Iran at around $300 million a day. Anyways, so it's very interesting, but it's especially interesting aspect of this is, again, Iran running out of missiles, and maybe Israel running low on interceptors. There was a 6.1 earthquake, I guess, in Lima. I'm seeing that. Lima's a great place. I was in Lima in April. Or was it around Lima? I got to look this up. Uh, 5.6 according to USGS, a 5.6 just off the coast of Lima, they said. 5-6 they have it at. Well, not just, maybe like 20 miles off the coast or something. Yeah, it's not, I mean, it's not enormous. Black Irish, our viewer, thinks that the report where some U.S. officials told Reuters that Trump vetoed a plan for Israel to kill Khamenei. Our viewer, Black Irish, thinks that some in the Trump administration want to distance Trump slightly from the current attacks against Iran. And he thinks that if Iran did kill him, it would be a way of saying that Trump was not involved. Thanks for writing in. I'm just checking. Some people send me messages, so I'm checking them. Will there be more missile launches tonight from Iran? Will we start hearing about more Israeli attacks on Iran? We'll have to see. It's 10:16 p.m. Israel time. I'm seeing an interesting report. Let's see if I can get that confirmed for you. I just saw a report. But I would like to confirm the report from the original source. If I can't, I'm not going to discuss it. So, by the way, now this wasn't the report, but N12 News says in the latest barrage that happened about, what, an hour and a half ago or something, when we came on the air, an hour ago, I can't remember how long it was. About 30 missiles were fired in that barrage, according to N12 News. 30 missiles. I mean, sometimes they launch hundreds of missiles. I don't know how many missiles they have left. Gary Baines thinks there will be another wave later. How many hit? Well, there was a hit in Haifa. Well, we showed you a replay a couple times of that. We'll show that a little later again. There were a report of at least a couple getting through, I believe. I haven't heard any report of any kind of critical injuries or deaths from those. At the moment, I'm not hearing about, sometimes we hear reports like, oh, there's a big attack in Iran right now, here, here, or here, and I'm not really hearing that at the moment. But if I hear that kind of thing, I will let you know. By the way, in case you didn't see this, yesterday we were covering this guy in Minnesota. This guy in Minnesota went to the houses of a couple Minnesota lawmakers and shot them. And he dressed like a police officer and had a replica police vehicle. So the manhunt is still going. And the police have found his vehicle, not his police replica, but another vehicle the man owned, in a different part of Minnesota. AP says police have discovered the vehicle authorities believe the man was using in a rural area outside of Minnesota. The suspect's name is Vance Bolter. Law enforcement officers were searching the area, including nearby homes. This is in Sibley County, Minnesota, roughly 50 miles southwest of Minneapolis. And the killings were a bit north of Minneapolis. The killings and shootings. And by the way, look at this. This is crazy here. This is a picture here, right here. Bullet holes mark the front door of the house of Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, who were shot and injured earlier in the day. Did he shoot through the door? Yeah, one of our viewers mentioned a cowboy hat. They found a cowboy hat near his car, and they're trying to determine if it's his. The story said. Yeah, that's the first time I'd seen that photo, so I don't know what that means. No, that's from the first house he went to. That's not where the shootout was police. The shootout with police was at the other house. The shootout with police was not at that house. They say that's John Hoffman's home. John Hoffman's home is the first house. The shootout was at Melissa Hortman's home. Unless the picture is incorrectly captioned. But the caption says it's from John Hoffman's home. So, again, maybe the caption's wrong. I haven't seen an update about Senator Hoffman and his wife. They're still alive. I hope they're recovering. Anyways, that's interesting. It's literally the first I saw that photo. Yes, guys, I have it confirmed. That's from Reuters has the similar picture. Similar picture on Reuters, and they say it's from John Hoffman's home. I have it right here. It says, bullets marked the front door of Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman. Look, it's a Reuters picture from their article. Right there. You can see the bullet holes are right there. That is from this article right here. Police hunt for gunman who shot Minnesota lawmakers while posing as officer. No, Hoffman's was the first house. Anyways, we'll keep an eye out for more updates on that. Riley says, how have they still not found that guy yet? Well, hopefully soon. Hey, a quick thank you to Ronald Will for your support. I really appreciate it. Free Mind, Emo for the memberships. Thanks, Emo. Exceedy, thank you. Exceedy thinks that killing the supreme leader of Iran would end up with Iranian strikes on U.S. bases in the region. Thank you, Richard Hughes. Thank you, Dave Long. Thank you, NMCT, who asked about how many hypersonic missiles Iran used. I don't have a count of what type of missiles Iran has used in these different attacks and how many they have. If I see something like that, I'll let you know. Thank you, CMM, and No Name the Druid, and Matthew Jaffe, and Memnon. Memnon thinks China will not want to lose their investment in Iran. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. Martin says, I thought USA makes interceptors for them. So I don't know how many. That's an interesting question. Is what kind of resupply for interceptors capability is there for U.S.? I mean, I assume you can't make these things overnight. So I don't know how much quick resupply capacity there is. It's a good question. Thank you, Mr. Norm, who thinks Iran will soon be out of missiles to launch. Mr. Norm thinks that Israel will send in special forces to take out the underground places. I don't know if they can do that. It's an interesting question. I haven't really seen it discussed. By the way, the Times of Israel reports, they said yesterday, Manny Fabian wrote this, it says, contrary to claims by Iran, Israeli military officials say the missiles launched by Iran are not maneuverable. Israel has previously said that Iran does not possess hypersonic missiles, and that the missiles launched at Israel are not maneuverable. And a military official told the Times of Israel that Iran's missiles are not something we don't know how to intercept. I don't know myself. Iranian state news claimed one of the missiles that hit Israel the last couple days had a maneuverable warhead. There is an article on Wikipedia about Fatah 1. They say it is an Iranian hypersonic missile unveiled in 2023. I'm seeing an article online that says some analysts and Israeli officials have expressed skepticism about the full extent of Iran's claimed missile capabilities. By the way, a hypersonic weapon is a weapon capable of maneuvering at hypersonic speed defined as above Mach 5 or above 5 times the speed of sound, says Wikipedia. Existing weapon systems such as ballistic missiles already travel at hypersonic speeds, but are not typically classified as hypersonic weapons due to lacking the use of aerodynamic lift to allow their re-entry vehicles to maneuver under guided flight within the atmosphere. Excuse me. My Life Unscripted says, is anyone resupplying Iran with missiles? I have not heard that anyone is. I would also just think that it'd be very difficult to, because Israel basically has air superiority in Iran right now. I am sure that Israel has all kinds of surveillance to keep weapons from coming into Israel, from coming into Iran. I'm sure any ship that's going towards Iran, they have their eyes on. I'm not saying it can't be done, but I follow a lot of different sources. I have not seen a single analyst suggest that Iran is going to be able to get a significant resupply of missiles at this point. So my guess, I would assume that that's not a significant source for them. Anderson, our viewer, thinks China is supplying them. I mean, who knows? But I would assume that is something Israel is on top of. Also, some people say like China is supplying them. I have not heard any reports yet that Chinese missiles are appearing in Israel. China is not supplying Israel with, if China's not supplying Iran with Iranian missiles. So, again, I don't know. I can't tell you what's happening underneath it all. But I've read a bunch of articles on this, and in nowhere have I, in military analysis, I have not seen a single article or any military analyst say that a foreign country would be a source of significant resupply for Iranian missiles. The IDF, the Israeli military says over 100 drones launched from Iran have been intercepted by Israel since Friday. Thank you to the Irish Brawler on Twitch. I appreciate that. Mr. Bird thinks there's a new way coming soon. Suchi says Iran is the supplier. Thank you, Deshark. As the Shark mentioned, Khan News had a report claiming that the British are helping intercept Iranian drones and missiles. I don't know if that's true, but there is a Khan News report today about that. Thank you, Deshark. And they say the French are hesitant. Again, I don't know if that's true. That's this report on Khan News today. Thank you. Thank you, Dave Long. Thank you, Janet B. for the membership. John O'Neill, thank you. Thanks, Zypher Warrior, who thinks Iran talks a big game but can't deliver on it. CMM, thank you, who thinks Iran is severely compromised. Thanks also, Brad Larkin. Brad thinks Israel will run out of interceptors before Iran exhausts its missiles. That's what Brad thinks. Thanks, Mercia and Dwaj Al-Faraj. Thank you. And Katie Williams for the gift memberships. Thank you. And DocNo27. And Free Mind. Thank you, James Smith, as well. ABC News is now echoing the Reuters report about Trump and opposing the killing of the supreme leader of Iran. Selena Wong of ABC News says, U.S. communicated to Israelis Trump is opposed to a plan to kill the supreme leader. And that Iran has not killed an American and discussions of killing political leaders should not be on the table. Also, another U.S. official tells ABC News the U.S. is not considering joining the war with Iran to eliminate its nuclear program. Our viewer Snugglegoth said missiles are built in Iranian factories with materials mostly from China. I don't know how much material they use. There was an article in the Times of Israel a week ago which said that Iran ordered from China lots of large quantities of materials for producing ballistic missiles. I guess the Wall Street Journal reported it. But I'm guessing that Israel is going after missile factories. That would certainly be, supposedly the last few days, Israel has been going after all sorts of missile-related targets. I would think that's a prime concern for Israel. I have an update on injuries from the latest barrage, the missile barrage of roughly 30 missiles, I guess, from when we came on the air. Emergency medical in Israel says 8 injured people, 1 was in moderate condition and 7 in light condition. The moderate had signs of smoke inhalation. There was 1 seen in the north and 1 seen in the south of the country. I think the north was in Haifa. We can show the Haifa video again. Oh, hold on a second here. Elint News posted a post from Mehdi H, which says the Israeli Air Force video looks like an Iranian surface-to-air missile system destroyed. Oh, I see. Okay. Hold on. I see here. The IDF posted a video which of them destroying something, and that post I just described to you said it's a surface-to-air missile launcher, and I see what they're talking about now. So if you look here, the idea would be that it's like a mobile launcher. That would be the idea. So this would be the front. It's like a truck, whereas that's the front of the truck, and then on the back are the surface-to-air missiles right there. I missed that before. See? They put that out about an hour ago. I should show you guys the. We should look one more time at the Haifa video. I gotta say, since what was it, 3 days ago, that this particular conflict started. That Israel launched their attacks on Iran's nuclear program on Friday morning. This is like, I mean, usually there's either Iranian missiles threatening Israel, or you're getting a bunch of news out of Iran, like about Israeli attacks. It's a bit quiet right now in terms of the last few hours. I have not seen many updates from Iran. But I will show you again this missile hit in Haifa from a couple hours ago. Demon King says a lot was happening in the morning. Let's watch Haifa replay. Haifa replay. In case you haven't seen it, we're going to watch the missile hit in Haifa from earlier. This is a replay. This was a couple hours ago. You'll see this was like around 2 hours ago. You'll see some interceptors come up. There are the interceptors. Give it now. There's the missile right there. Watch that missile coming. Crazy. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I'll show that again. Here it is again. Here it is again. It's a pretty crazy video. Yeah, I don't know if an interceptor missed it. It looked like an interceptor explosion near it. I don't know that an interceptor missed it or something else got intercepted. If you look when it's coming down, there's a flash right near it, right? Right there. I don't know if that flash when it's coming down is something that missed it, or maybe something else is getting taken out. So I want to show you that again. That fire is out, I believe, now. A quick thank you to Beachy Keen. Thank you, Beachy Keen, and also thank you to PB and Jam. Also, Humble Ramblings, thank you. And from Canada, Katie Williams, that's so nice of you. Katie Williams from Nova Scotia. Yeah, she's talking about how back in 2020 there was a terrible shooting in Nova Scotia where a person impersonated a police officer. Which the Minnesota shooting reminded me of that. Also, thank you to coming as a thief in the night. Prod Nico, thank you. Also, Louis Aponte and Dewey. And Redneck Surgical Tech. And Paul Grogan and David Nesbitt. David says, will this help keep Iran from supplying Russia? You mean with drones? It's a good question. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if Israel is targeting some drone infrastructure in Iran. That's a good question. Thanks to Cal Key and James Smith and Virgo Storm. And Dave Long. Iranian state media is confirming that the head of intelligence for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard was killed by Israel in their attacks. The Revolutionary Guard is the most powerful branch of the armed forces in Iran. Mohammad Kazemi was killed by Israel. That is now confirmed. I can show you a Wikipedia page. Well, there's no picture there. Mohammad Kazemi. Oh, by the way, it's not. This is not a replay. I kept the thing up there that said replay, but it's not. We were showing you a replay from Haifa. Mohammad Kazemi. He headed the Revolutionary Guard's intelligence organization. Also, his deputy, Hassan Mohakik, was also killed in Israeli strikes today. Earlier today, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister Netanyahu, earlier today had told Fox News these two men were killed. And now state media is saying it. Thanks, Manny Fabian, for the reporting. There are some reports of people evacuating Tehran. I can't confirm it. I've seen some different reports that people are leaving. You know, I guess the idea would be they're leaving because they're nervous about the attacks on Tehran by Israel. Let me check out some other reporting here. The Washington Post today has an article, Clash with Iran boosts Netanyahu, but Israelis worry about Wong fight. They say to sustain public support, Netanyahu needs to show the military operation is a success and ensure it doesn't become a protracted conflict, analysts say. They say, the article says, this attack on Iran was debated for decades. We talked about that earlier. For decades, there has been talk of whether Israel would strike Iran's nuclear program. They say that throughout Netanyahu's career as prime minister, he has been known for incremental rather than broadly strategic approaches to conflict, at least before the war in Gaza. They noted that the Israeli military has still failed to achieve its two main war aims of destroying Hamas and returning all the hostages. The article in the Post says, for the long-serving Israeli prime minister, the Iran conflict could provide an opportunity to reshape his legacy, which has been stained by the Hamas surprise attack in October 2023 and his unpopular handling of the protracted Gaza war. Many Israelis now stand behind Netanyahu's decision to take the fight to Iran, but over time they will ask questions about how the conflict is waged and judge whether he coordinated properly with the U.S. or if he created any risk with Israel's most important ally, the U.S., said one expert the Post talked to. Others, analysts, cautioned it's too early to predict political fallout when military action is still underway. Also, there's a different article the Post had yesterday. In ordering major attack on Iran, Netanyahu sheds his inhibitions. They say the Israeli attack on Iranian nuclear and military sites, along with the targeted killing of at least a dozen senior military officials and scientists, represents the latest sign of Israel's shift away from a decades-old policy favoring containment, restraint, and short wars, according to Middle East analysts. That change has been underway since October 7th, 2023, when Israel failed to foresee the Hamas attack. One expert they talked to, Aaron David Miller, said that Netanyahu, who once shied away from exercising force, now appears comfortable with leading Israel as a regional hegemon. Hey, thanks to Chris Canada, Quebec City, who says, I'm surprised Iran admits so quickly to deaths in its regime. You'd think they downplay it to limit the damage. I wonder if they think that people will find out about it anyway, so they might as well say it. I don't know, it's an interesting question about when they admit negative things in their state media. Thanks, Patriot Sicilian, Lori Girl 81. Says, how are the other countries close to Iran? Do you mean like where they are? Like how close they are? Iran is hundreds of miles away from Israel. Sometimes that's surprising to see because you hear about them all the time, but again, even at the closest point, it looks like over 600 miles away. That's just the western part of Iran. Messi says the capital of Iran is over 1,000 miles. You know, that's a good point. We should. I'm glad you brought that up because a number of Israel's strikes have been on Tehran, but Tehran is, you know, about around 1,000 miles away. Thank you, Sean Harmon, who says, please express how important it is for people to know what is AI content like the Arma 3 gameplay that Iran retweeted. Thank you, Greg Cutts, who said we could see interceptions from Cyprus. Really? Cyprus is here. In the sky, you mean? Cyprus is right here. Here's Israel. Here's Cyprus. Interesting. Thank you, Greg. Thanks, Gloria Mason. And Stephen Payton. And Lebanese. And my Soda Town journals. And Cobalt Raven on Twitch. Michael Horowitz said there are new strikes reported in Iran. He says, including in Kermanshah. Let's see what else I can find on this. I'm looking for some Iranian state media comment on this or other reporting. I'm not seeing it at the moment. Let's see. Oh, 6 minutes ago, hey guys, 6 minutes ago, I saw a post from Al Mayadeen news outlet that said their correspondent reports in Iran, air defenses in Tabriz, Iran, intercept Israeli targets. So there might be some new Israeli strikes going on in Iran right now. Oh, I got video from Haifa. I got some video from Haifa that I'll show you in a moment of aftermath of the missile that hit there. In a moment, I'll put that video. I'll show you that video. Oh, I might have live video. I have live video from Haifa, breaking news. Live video of the Haifa aftermath. Let's get this on the screen for you. Look at this. It's live from Haifa. Look at that. So this is the missile, I assume, the one we saw hit there. I'll replay it again shortly. But this is the missile aftermath in Haifa. Haifa, Israel. Wow. Looks like maybe several buildings. I mean, you can't see inside the buildings. For all I know, the buildings are kind of blown out inside. I'm not sure. Yeah, some of our viewers are saying that power seems to be out. Maybe that is the case. I'm not sure. One moderate injury reported there, and I think a handful of minor injuries from this. The IDF just announced that they had completed a large-scale wave of raids to strike the Iranian regime's weapons production capabilities. They said they targeted various weapons production sites. So we've been talking about, you know, whether Iran would be able to make more missiles and make more drones. Well, Israel is targeting their weapons production facilities. No, this is not a loop. This is a live shot from Haifa. Thank you so much to Robert. Thank you, Robert. And Cool Guy Mark and the Spooky Dude. And Robert. Robert thinks Iran must be hurting less missiles tonight. There were, I think, 30 in the previous barrage. Thank you, Lenore Engelstein. Lenore Engelstein. Leor. Did I say Lenore? It's Leor Engelstein. Thank you, Leor. And Karen Franklin. And Kevin Borman. Karen Franklin, Kevin Borman, Scott W. Kevin says Iran hasn't fired cruise missiles yet. I don't know if they have. I mean, the cruise missiles take longer to arrive than ballistic do. I don't know if they've fired any cruise missiles yet during the last few days. I'll go back to the. I'm going to go back to the shot. I think I'm going to go back to the shots of the. Well, maybe I'll put up at least on another angle. I'll put up a couple of the other shots here, so you can see them. Let me do that. I'll put up Tel Aviv and Haifa. Oops. Why is this one not big? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. All right, so that's Haifa, and I want this one to be Tel Aviv. Why can't I do? Oh, I see what I did wrong. That's my fault. There you go. This is going to be confusing for you guys, though. The damage you're looking at, if you haven't seen it, I'll throw it on the screen real quick. We played it before. But the damage is from this missile that hit Haifa, which is right here. If you haven't seen it, this is not live. That's a replay from Haifa, but this is the missile. This is the missile that hit in Haifa. You'll see it right now, coming into the screen, coming on your screen. There it is, falling from the sky and hitting. Again, that was a couple hours ago. But we're looking at the aftermath of that. Here it is again. Okay, so, we don't have that live shot anymore. Well, we got to see a little live shot from the area where it was going on. Let's put these back now. These are live. Now I got to get everything back up the way it was before. So, this is Tel Aviv. Then we'll put up Haifa. And we'll put up Jerusalem. There we go. Oopsie. Thank you to Captain of Chaos, who says, I wonder how Russia's going to get their drones now. A couple of our viewers have asked about whether this would impact the Russian drone supply from Iran. It's a good question. Thank you also, Stoned Colder, 71. And Triple Pampit. And the Driver's Lounge. Is this considered a war? Depending on your definition of war, I would say. I mean, the word can be used different ways. I could see somebody arguing that it's not because it's maybe not long-term enough yet or something. I don't know. I leave that to you and your definition of war. Thanks to Melody Wall as well. Shout out to our moderators, Ruth Krafasi, Roberts May Queen, Beth Mythical, Janet B. Bastion Girl, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thanks for modding as well. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Linda Belglary, and Misha on X. Thank you. Shout out to our Twitch subscribers like Cobalt Raven, AJW, Irish Brawler, Cherry Onken, Sabaris, Hezin. Hezin thinks it's definitely a war, but not an official war. Remove Glazers now. Thanks for being a subscriber. Matthew Kohai 3. Thanks to our YouTube members. Anthony Travers. Cupcake is here. Cupcake is here from France. How about that? Evelyn in Maine. Jesse McAllister. Eris Kalar. Zypher Warrior. Carol A. Teldy Boy. Songbird. Matthew Ward. Shouting at some of our members. The Hobgoblin, Batya, Carolet, PZT, Money Tree Hollins, HM Doppelganger, Roger Shoemaker, Susanna Branch, NY Committee, All That's Random, Gamer Lover. Thank you to all of our members. Reuters says oil price tense, wait for markets to open. They say since Saturday, Israel has hit the oil depot in Tehran and facilities at Iran's huge South Fars gas field, the world's largest, which produces gas for domestic consumption. Israel has so far spared targets associated with Iran's oil exports, while Tehran has yet to follow through on hinted threats to hinder shipping in the Gulf. With markets due to reopen in hours, traders say oil buyers have loaded up on long-term contracts for protection in case of supply disruption, but uncertainty could drive wild price swings. Iran said the situation at the burning Shahran oil depot in Tehran was under control. If you look at an oil price chart, the oil price went up from around 67 to the low 70s when this attack started, and it's kind of been at that new level ever since. Crude oil futures. The Wall Street Journal thinks it's a significant escalation that Israel and Iran struck each other's oil energy facilities over the weekend. So they point out that Israel hit a couple of natural gas facilities at the South Pars field in the Persian Gulf. An Iranian missile hit a refinery in Haifa Saturday. Also, Israel hit the main fuel depot and a central oil refinery in Tehran. Interesting also, the Wall Street Journal says one nightmare scenario in 2019 happened when drone attacks blamed, I remember this, when drone attacks blamed on Iran temporarily shut down about half of Saudi Arabia's oil production. That was in 2019. So we'll have to see if more energy facilities are hit. been limited so far. As I mentioned, a senior commander in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard warned yesterday, was it yesterday? Well, recently, yesterday, warned Iran was considering closing the important Strait of Hormuz waterway. A third of the world's oil flows through it. I just saw something, 18 minutes ago, I had missed this. 18 minutes ago, Al Mayadeen news outlet said their Iranian correspondent heard an explosion in the city of Shahryar, west of Tehran. That was 18 minutes ago. See. Why is this like that? What is going on with this thing? I need to fix my videos here. There's this one. That should be, there we go. That's better. Al Jazeera also says an explosion was heard in the city of Shahryar, west of Tehran. The Iranian Ministry of Health claims that 224 people in Iran have died in the last few days of Israeli aggression. That's what they claim. There are reports of air defense being active in Tabriz, Iran. Hey, thanks to Sentient Donut and Jonathan Tolbert. Thanks for being members. Thanks to SoCal Girl. Thank you. Sharon, SH, and Cormac, thank you. Also, Coming as a Thief in the Night. And Kim Hovick. And Full Serve Auto Care. And Rave Pavarotti. And Rule, and Dirty's War, and Oleksiy Labadiev. Also, wow, that's so nice of you. Layer Leitner. That's very generous of you. Layer Leitner. Thank you so much, Layer, for supporting the channel. Very kind of Layer. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks also, Brundage Bungalows 2. Thank you, Brundage. At the moment, I'm not aware of any alerts in Israel. Right when we came on the air, there was just a missile wave then. That was the last one. Again, there are a bunch of claims tonight that a bunch of cars are evacuating Tehran. I can't confirm that at the moment. I don't have any protest video I can show you right now. We're focusing on this for the moment, but if there's some huge other news with the protests, I can always discuss it. One of our viewers said, is it slowing down? I don't know about that. Again, you know, I'm sure that, look, for example, Tehran is 1,000 miles away from Israel. So they can't be, they have limited resources, Israel, to conduct these strikes. And I'm guessing they do waves, and then they do assessment, and then they figure out what they want to do next based on their assessment. Also, it's been widely reported that Iran's missile stocks are going to be getting lowered. And they don't have, I mean, it's not, they obviously have less missiles than they started, but they don't have that many. So it's thought that maybe that is impacting the size of their missile launches. Shift Line says, for once, I'm glad nothing's going on right now. You know, that usually there might be strikes going on, but usually we hear if there's some big strike activity in Iran, we start hearing about it. So, but I have no evidence that things have settled down in any kind of permanent way. FDWD says, I'm in Tehran and people are evacuating. This was interesting. There was a new warning. There was a new type of warning given last night by Israel, which I want to mention. If I can find it here. Here, I got it. This was the warning from yesterday that was translated by Manny Fabian of Times of Israel. The IDF issues an unprecedented evacuation warning for Iranian civilians. It may have been technically this morning their time. They said all individuals currently present or expected to be present in or around military weapons manufacturing facilities and their supporting institutions must immediately evacuate these areas and not return until further notice, said the IDF. Being near these facilities puts your life at risk. So Israel is saying they're going to attack military weapons manufacturing facilities and their supporting institutions. That was posted about 15 hours ago. In or around. Again, Manny Fabian called that an unprecedented evacuation warning. Thank you to Michael Kelly, who says, has Israel attacked Iran's nuclear facilities recently today? I don't know for sure. I haven't heard any big reports of Israel making significant attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities today. I have not, but I don't know. Also, there could have been something 14 hours ago that I just didn't see. So, I'm not aware of any kind of prominent attack that's happened today. Oh, this is interesting. Hold on, what's this? Couple interesting things here. AP has an article. They have a little map here, too. That's interesting. I should get the map up on the screen. Let me get the map from them, too. One moment here. I'm going to show you a map from AP now, because I have an article from them I want to mention. It's kind of a, it's just not just a little map, but it says Israel attacks Iran, its nuclear sites, and its key officials. Hold on, right there. Shows you where a few things are in Iran. But this is all western Iran, northwestern Iran. Tabriz, Tehran, Natanz, Iran's main enrichment facility was struck. Kermanshah. Now, this story wasn't from today, though, so I think it might have been from yesterday. I got to look it up. Showing you where a few of these places are. But the story was from yesterday. But they say, the title of the article is, Israeli strikes on Iran's nuclear program are sweeping, but can they decimate it? Seeing a bunch of questions about how much damage has Israel caused and will it cause to the nuclear program. So Reuters, AP says, where is it here? What impact will Israel's strike have on Iran's nuclear program? David Albright, a nuclear weapons expert, speculated that the initial wave of attacks so far could set back any Iranian attempt to develop a nuclear weapon by about a year. A key question, he said, is whether Israel also targeted suppliers of specialist components, such as centrifuges and subcontractors. Israel's strategy appears to be to destroy the brains behind the program and as much equipment as possible, said Albright. What damage was done to Iran's nuclear facilities? Hind suggested that a key Israeli goal was to undermine Iran's ability to make centrifuges, which are critical for enriching uranium. Uranium enrichment is a key component of building a nuclear weapon, but Iran would still need to develop a detonator. Delivering the weapon using a missile would require solving further technical challenges. Iran has 2 uranium enrichment sites, and the country said Wednesday it has built and will activate a 3rd enrichment facility. Early Friday, Israel struck Iran's main and oldest uranium enrichment facility, Natanz. The IAEA's chief said the above-ground part of Natanz, where uranium was enriched, was up to 60% destroyed, along with electrical infrastructure, including a substation, the main electric power supply building, the emergency power supply, and backup generators. The IAEA chief said there were no changes to radiation levels at Natanz following the attack or any indication of damage to the underground section of the plant. The underground section of Natanz is buried to protect it from airstrikes and contains the bulk of Natanz's enrichment facilities with 10,000 centrifuges, that's underground, that enrich uranium up to 5%. However, the IAEA chief said the loss of power may have damaged centrifuges. The expert Hinz said there's a good chance that the strikes at Natanz still caused massive damage because many of the centrifuges were probably operating at the time of the strike. Centrifuges, one of the experts said, don't like vibration, and the shock waves or loss of power could break delicate parts when they're rotating at high speed. What about the Fordo nuclear site? Most of Iran's centrifuges are in Natanz, experts said. But buried under a huge mountain at Fordo is another nuclear facility where Iran is also enriching uranium to 60%, which is only a short step away from weapons-grade levels at 90%. According to IAEA, Tehran has the largest number of its most powerful centrifuges at Fordo. It is not believed, Israel is not believed to have the type of earth-penetrating bombs required to blow up the mountain and crack open the nuclear facility inside at Fordo. That capacity lies with the U.S., which has developed a massive bomb that can be dropped only from large aircraft that Israel does not have in service, said an expert to AP. But remember, the U.S. is not on board with these strikes at this point. The expert Hinz said the attack so far showed Israeli intelligence had absolutely exceptional knowledge of Iran's nuclear program and the ability to strike key targets with precision. That could mean that Israel could sabotage the Fordo plant rather than trying to blast open the mountain. Another expert suggested Israel could try to cut off electricity to Fordo, which could lead to centrifuges breaking. Interesting. So will Israel be able to do a lot of destruction to this Fordo plant? We don't know that. Will they go after the underground part of Natanz? We don't know that. Also, is there risk from radiation? This AP article talks about that. Even if radiation leaked, experts said, the amount would be unlikely to pose a risk to people in the region or even those near the facilities that got hit. The expert Albright said very little uranium will be released in these kind of attacks. Uranium itself is not especially toxic, he said, and is common in parts of the environment. A person standing near an enrichment facility with a leak would probably be exposed to no more radiation than someone who took several transatlantic flights, which receive slightly higher radiation because radiation doses are larger at high altitudes, he said. In order to become sick, someone would have to ingest large quantities of uranium, Albright said, pointing out the element can be found naturally in seawater and the Earth's crust. Rather than radiation, the greater risk might be from fluorine, which is used to enrich uranium and could have been deadly to those nearby if released during an attack. Interesting. Fluorine is mixed with the uranium during enrichment to turn it into a gas called uranium hexafluoride. Fluorine is extremely volatile, which will quickly corrode and can burn the skin. Or is that the gas? I don't know if it's fluorine. Maybe uranium hexafluoride is extremely volatile, will quickly corrode and can burn the skin. It is especially deadly if inhaled. Yes, uranium hexafluoride, from what I'm reading, is toxic. Highly toxic. Anyways, interesting. That's from AP. But again, it'll be really interesting to see if Israel tries to hit the underground part of Natanz and Fordo, which is buried in a mountain somehow. Mitch Peskin, our viewer, says, I would bet in 1 or 2 years Israel develops bunker buster bombs. They love tech stuff and are good at it. They might have some kind of bomb like that, but they don't have the kind that can destroy the underground part of Fordo, reportedly. Captain Macabul thinks the best case scenario would be for the Iranian regime to acknowledge it has lost and agree to a deal in exchange for remaining in power. A quick thank you to Alexander Singewald. I really appreciate that, Alexander Singewald. Thanks for your support. And also, Mitchell Pilot, who thinks without U.S. support they would need to go in on the ground in Fordo and rig it to blow. Thank you, Hash. How true do you think the report is that Iran has asked Israel to stop strikes and come to the negotiation table? I haven't seen such a report. I mean, I would not be surprised if Iran wanted Israel to stop strikes. I don't think Iran asking about that will mean anything. If Iran suddenly said it was going to make all of these concessions, which I haven't heard any kind of analysis that they're actually likely to do, maybe Israel would consider that. But I have not heard any kind of new report that Iran is suddenly willing to make concessions it wasn't going to make before. Put it that way. Thank you to Memnon and Linz Lazuli and Hash and Michael Andren. Is Russia active in Iran? You mean, does Russia have, say, people in Iran right now helping out Iran in some kind of secretive way? I have no idea. I wouldn't be surprised if they might. It's certainly there. Iran has been, they have had certainly some strong ties with Iran recently. But don't know. I can't tell you that nature of that. In the same way, I cannot tell you how exactly the U.S. might be helping Israel out under the table in non-public ways. Thank you, Michael from Sweden. Thank you, S. Dear Girl, Jerome. Jesus is the good news. Hastings. BNSF, who asked about in Scale Modeler. Thank you, Hastings. BNSF and Scale Modeler, who asked about the use of Starlink and its potential impact. I have not seen any kind of analysis of Starlink and its potential impact in this conflict, so I have nothing to say about it. I can't tell you. I haven't heard that Iran's internet is down. I've heard that Iran has been restricting the internet. Well, they normally restricted a lot, but reportedly there were new restrictions. Sorry, Hastings, I don't have a more informational response to you. But I don't. This was from a couple days ago. From NetBlocks, analysis shows a decline in the international internet traffic from Iran, corroborating user reports of poor service with gateway and virtual server providers particularly impacted as the Ministry of Communications announces temporary internet restrictions. The incident comes amid heightened tensions after a series of preemptive strikes by Israel. Thanks, Dennis Kennedy. And Aisha. And Alex Price. And Viga Yo from Norway. And the Lord Jen. And Shadow 6530. Just after midnight Israel time. Oh, there's supposed to be a news conference on the shooting in Minnesota? I can play that when it happens. Is that true? Give me a moment here. I haven't seen it announced. Oh. There is a news conference scheduled. There's an update from Minnesota Department of Public Safety scheduled for 6:30 p.m., an hour and a half from now. I'll have to remember that. An hour and a half from now. That's when it is. Should set a reminder. I'm setting a reminder for myself. What is this? What just happened here? Okay, I did it. And I'm not at the... what is this? Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Iran has continued its airspace closure till 2 p.m. today. It has extended it. That is from State News. State News Agency. I've seen some rumors, unsourced rumors floating around on social media claiming Israel has attacked the Fordo site, but these rumors are not sourced, and I see nothing in any source I follow from Israel, from the Middle East, that would be a primary source of it. Nothing, not a peep. Sometimes people just one person says it and then other people repeat it, and there's no original sourcing. I don't have any good source of it at this moment. Nothing. It'd be a huge deal. Thanks, Trucker Jim, who says if Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz, or tries to, which is a strategic waterway next to Iran, where I think about a third of the oil that comes out of the ground goes through. It's all the shipping from Persian Gulf needs to come out through the Strait of Hormuz. He says, would that trigger a bigger conflict with other countries? Will other countries get involved? I don't know for sure. I mean, I could see a world in which other countries feel it threatens them economically. It's something Iran has threatened to do. I believe an Iranian official threatened to do it yesterday. Made a threat about it. We were talking about that on the stream earlier. I don't know if other countries would get involved. By the way, CNBC had an article about the Strait of Hormuz recently, and it talked to one energy expert who said that he thought it's wide enough that Iran could not close it. Also, another industry analyst that they talked to, CNBC, said that it was thought that it would be extremely difficult for Iran to close the strait for a long time because of the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, which suggests that maybe the U.S. would try to launch attacks to keep it open or something. But even if they don't close it, they could conduct attacks on shipping, which might disrupt shipping in the area. Checking a couple things here. One moment, please. Bloomberg said today it is unclear if Iran is entertaining last resort options such as attacking tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, through which about a fifth of the world's oil is shipped. That type of action could draw in the U.S. into the conflict, something Tehran has probably calculated it can't afford. That's what Bloomberg says, for whatever it's worth. Thank you, Yusuf Al-Thawadi and Margie Pettit. Is it true China sent a cargo plane into Tehran? No, the only reporting, well, all I can say is the only claims about that I've seen are people who I guess saw a cargo plane that was heading towards China on flight radar, and it wasn't actually coming up on the radar as actually over China, but the estimated position was over China. And some people said that meant that China was flying cargo into Iran. I've not actually seen it reported anywhere. If you have a report of it, please send it along. So that's the only time I've heard that, is people looking at flight radar and drawing that conclusion. So I'm not aware that that's happened. Could they have? I have no idea. I will mention to you that, hold on a second, that where is it here? AFP reported yesterday that the Chinese foreign minister said that China would support Tehran in defending its legitimate rights and interests, and it opposed Israel's attacking Iran with force. Thanks, Anthony Mastrandrea. I have not heard any reports of North Korea being involved in any kind of significant way. That's the best I could say on that. Thank you. Hey, Michael Andren gave 50 people memberships. That's so generous of Michael. Make sure you thank Michael for your membership, or somebody else if they gave you a membership or a gift sub. Thank you. Yes, this is live. June 15th. 12th, it was actually June 16th, Israel time. So I'm just checking a couple different sources here. Hold on a second. A new announcement here or not? Where is this? It's old. That's old. Yeah, you know, I said this before. I just see some random social media accounts claiming, without citing any sourcing, that Israel has attacked Fordo nuclear complex. I see nothing at all in any kind of source I follow that actually would I consider reliable. And also, again, these other accounts, they're not saying where they're getting this information. I feel like maybe they're just repeating each other. So I would be careful with that reporting right now. Oh, by the way, that's so kind of you, David Tyler. David, that's very generous of you. Thank you so much, David. Thanks for your support of the channel. David Tyler. Also, Night Vibe TV, thank you. Anthony Mastrandrea. Shout out to our moderators. They're awesome. Ruth Krafasi is moderating BZ on YouTube right now. Our viewer Asteria says, at least for the moment, it appears that no news is good news. I do not doubt that there will be more Israeli strikes that we're hearing about. There will be more missiles launched at Iran. Right now, not really hearing much. 12:18 a.m., 12:19 a.m. Israel time. Thanks also to our moderators, Bastion on Twitch, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thanks Rune01 for subscribing on Twitch, and Constantier 708. Margaret Riley, K. Lowry Body, Paul Anderson on Facebook. Thank you for modding. Thanks to Aaron Van Ness and Diane Allworth for subscribing over there, and Sharon Klassen Goslin, along with Kay and Margaret. Rita Evans Lang, thanks for subscribing. Linda Belk, Larry, and X, thanks for moderating on X. Also, Chug, thank you for your support, Chug. Thank you, Jim Saint Amour, thank you. And Nikolai Chernetsky from Norway, who says, I hope this ends before it ends in tears for both countries. This is happening in quite a sensitive area for the world economy. I agree with you there. Iran International English, which is an outlet that reports on Iranian news, they claim that witness reports suggest loud explosions in Karaj, west of Tehran. Now, I haven't seen other sources. Again, I am seeing lots of, the last 20 minutes, I keep seeing various social media accounts claiming that Israel has attacked the nuclear site Fordo, but nobody is saying where they get this information. I haven't seen a single source of information cited. So until I do, I feel like they're all repeating each other. Believe me, I'll let you know if I get a decent source. I just haven't seen it yet. Liddy Brown thinks it's too quiet a night. I've been checking Iranian outlets in Iranian different accounts that focus on Iran. Haven't seen it. Faytux Network claimed that France 24 said it? Did they say it? I'll check them. Again, right now I'm just seeing, hold on. Hang on a moment. I'm seeing, well, I have not seen any of the accounts that normally would post about this kind of thing post about it. I will say Hillel Biton Rosen, who is with Channel 14 in Israel, reports, at this moment, Israeli planes are attacking launchers and ground-to-ground missile sites in order to disrupt future missile barrages. Again, Israeli reporter Hillel Biton Rosen just posted, at this moment, Israeli planes are attacking missile launchers and ground-to-ground missile sites. That would be, I guess, launch sites? Or is it storage sites? I'm not sure. But ground to, missile-related sites in Iran in order to disrupt further Iranian barrages. I would not be surprised about that. Given that the last couple days there have been several fatal Iranian missile strikes in Israel, I would not be surprised if Israel took some time to really focus on missile infrastructure in Iran to try to prevent further launches. Breaking news, new warning from Home Front Command. Stay in protective area. Okay, the IDF just posted. The Home Front Command has now instructed residents in several areas across the country to remain close to protected spaces. Movement in public areas should be minimized. It's not for the whole country, but in several areas across the country, people are being told in Israel, stay close to your protective spaces. So maybe more missiles coming or drones, I don't know. But that is new. That is new. Home Front Command telling people, some people in Israel, stay in protected areas. Okay, so new alert in some of Israel to stay near protected areas. Okay? New alert. So we don't have a specific missile warning, and they didn't specifically say we've detected missiles, and they didn't say all of the country. Sometimes they'll say the whole country, stay near your protective areas. But it sounds like they think something is coming. There's a lot of areas. Jerusalem, Tel Aviv area. Yeah, there's a lot of areas. I'm going to just say in Israel. It's not. I mean, they didn't say all of Israel, but it's a decent amount of it. So I'm going to just say new alert in Israel. But I don't have the. Again, I can tell you that Jerusalem area is in there. I'm like looking at it now. Sharon area, Judean Plain area, Samaria region, Lachish area. There's Tel Aviv. There's, it does say Jerusalem. Jerusalem, yeah, there's a bunch of areas, including Tel Aviv. So why are they saying this? I don't know. But maybe more missiles on the way. Homefront Command says, if you have received a notification about being in close proximity to a protected area, approach the protected area and enter it upon receiving an alert until further notice. So maybe more missiles coming. You're not going to hear sirens unless the missiles are very close, unless they're in the air and close. A quick thank you to Beachy Keene and Dave Long. Thanks for the memberships. Thank you, Douglas Pruitt. Thank you, C. Thank you, C. I'll have to look that up. I might have mentioned it earlier from a different source, see. Thank you, Anon. Thank you, Anon. Really quick, I read an article before from AP where some experts said that they didn't think attacks on nuclear facilities like Israel has been doing would result in a huge radiation leak. But if you rewind, you can see me talking about it. We were talking about it a little while ago. All right, so we don't have yet the order to go into the protected areas. We have the order to stay near the protected areas. Let me just do one more thing here. Gosh, I have this. I have to I don't know where. I have some different cameras, but I don't know where the where we might see things. So. Let me just do one thing real quick to kind of prepare another one just in case it shows something. Get it up so I can see it at least. At least I have it visible here. I'll keep an eye on it myself. So again, a bunch of Israel has been told, stay near your protective area. Okay, this is, I just saw the report about Fordo. Unconfirmed report from a reporter with France 24 English that Israel has attacked Fordo. Saeed Azimi, who's the Tehran correspondent for France 24, is claiming that has happened. He posted it 20 minutes ago. I haven't seen it other places. That'd be a big deal, be a very big deal, but I have not seen it other places yet. So we'll have to see if it gets reported elsewhere. Fordo is one of the most important nuclear sites in Iran. It has the most advanced centrifuges there, I believe, the largest number of advanced centrifuges. Also, it's buried in a mountain, and it is believed that Israel does not have the bunker buster bombs it would need or the aircraft to carry them to destroy the facility underground. They would need U.S. help for that. But maybe they're launching some sort of strike on the area. I don't know. That we will have to see what gets reported about that as well. So, a couple big things going on here. And we're waiting to see if there's going to be a missile launch against Israel, given this warning that's in effect. Thank you to Donna Smith and Allie C. and appreciate it, and Colleen in GA. Colleen, I'm not aware of any new big news about the USS Nimitz. 4 days ago, it was announced that they were conducting routine flight operations in the South China Sea. I haven't seen any kind of reliable reporting that it's somehow going to the Middle East. I'll let you know if I do. Thank you, Armor of God, our member, AEB. Beachy Keen, Dave Long. What I'm going to do, guys, I got to grab my other headphones here. Give me 1 minute. I'm literally running out for 1 minute. I need 1 minute here. We have the feeds up. One minute. I'm running out and coming back in. Okay, so we have an alert in Israel to stay near protected areas. I'm not aware that they have issued a missile alert yet. Hold on a second. Hey guys, hold on. I am hearing something. I'm seeing reports of attacks in Iran. So I just saw N12 News says the Air Force is currently attacking targets in Iran. Okay? Roy Case says there is no confirmation of the report of attack on Fordo at this time. Israeli reporter Roy Case, there is no confirmation of an Israeli attack of the report of an Israeli attack on the Fordo nuclear site. There is no confirmation at this time of the report of an Israeli attack on the Fordo nuclear site. Give me one more moment here. So again, we don't have yet one of these, well, the missiles have been launched, get in your protected areas announcements from Israel. We have a warning for a lot of the country to stay near protected areas. We had a new report I just saw. Al-Mayadeen says 1 minute ago, Iranian air defenses are firing in the Parchin area east of Tehran. So reporting right now of new Israeli attacks in Iran. N12 News, Israel says the Israeli Air Force is currently attacking targets in Iran. I am seeing right now a couple of claims that claims online that Israel is attacking the Parchin nuclear facility. Those are unconfirmed reports in Iran. So we'll have to see what we hear. I'm seeing a report that I believe is from Nir Davory. With Channel 12 claiming that this is happening. But again, has not been confirmed. Roy Case, who's an Israeli reporter, says there is reportedly an attack on the Parchin nuclear facility. But again, it's all kind of fuzzy right now. Parchin nuclear facility, it's an Iranian military complex. It's about 19 miles from Tehran. Okay. So we're just waiting here, you know, again, a little while ago, Israel told a lot of people in Israel to stay near their protected areas. But we have not seen any kind of missile attack yet from Iran. There are unconfirmed reports of new Israeli strikes in Iran. Thank you, by the way, to Ray Becker and Dave Hoffner. Thank you, Dave, and Miss Curvy and HCBBB Sweden from Sweden. Any risk Iran would use dirty bombs? I have not seen any kind of discussion of that, really, a serious discussion of it. I would think that would be a huge risk to Iran if they did so. That might be seen as an escalation where other countries would jump in. It would certainly be a huge escalation, which I don't know if any. That would seem like one of these things that the potential cost of them is much greater than any potential benefit. Again, I haven't seen any kind of serious discussion among people who specialize in this stuff. But thank you, HC. Breaking news, the Israeli Air Force says it is currently attacking surface-to-surface missile sites in Iran. The Israeli Air Force says it is currently attacking surface-to-surface missile sites in Tehran or Iran, in central Iran. Okay? That's what they say. The Israeli Air Force says the Air Force is currently attacking surface-to-surface missile sites in central Iran, which I'm guessing surface-to-surface would be missiles that are fired from Iran, from the ground in Iran and head towards Israel, surface to surface, I would think. So again, they just posted that right now, the Israeli Air Force. The Air Force is currently attacking surface to surface missile sites in central Iran. Now maybe, hold on. Yeah, the IDF just posted the same thing. The IDF says the IDF is currently striking surface-to-surface missile sites in central Iran. Now, I'm guessing they've done this in other times, but usually they don't post it unless it's like some kind of big deal, or they think it's like a particularly important attack. They don't announce everything they do, so, but they just announced it right now. It's interesting. Is this some kind of thing where Israel saw some sort of missile attack coming, and then is it like a preemptive strike on missiles that are about to fire or something like that? Because a little while ago, Israel told a bunch of people in Israel to stay close to their protected areas, which made me think maybe a missile attack is coming. But now we hear they're attacking surface-to-surface missile sites. Now, central Iran, I don't know what exact area that is. All right, hang on a moment here. It's just very interesting timing to have an alert to people to stay near protected areas, and then a little while later, before any kind of actual missile strike, to announce that they're attacking surface-to-surface missile sites. The IDF spokesperson Nadav Shoshani just posted, the IDF is currently striking surface-to-surface missile sites in central Iran. We are operating against this threat in our skies and in Iranian skies. Maybe Israel's been observing these missile launchers, for example, for a couple days and has been waiting to carry out some kind of big strikes on them. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like this is some kind of big operation. So maybe this is something that Israel has prioritized, and they're making a big push to hit these launchers. I need to switch my headphones because these are just about out of power. So what I'm going to do is take these out. What's happening here? Oh, I know what's happening. Okay. Let me take these out. We're going to have a pause for a second while I take these out. Maybe for a second, half second. Hang on. Hang on, everyone. Okay. We're back, we're back, we're back, we're back. Now I have to put the other headphones in. Hold on a moment. Okay, headphones coming in right now. Earbuds. I can hear again. So, to repeat, there was an alert in Israel to stay near protected areas, and soon after, Israel said it was attacking Iranian surface-to-surface missile sites. Again, what I am wondering is this some sort of preemptive strike where did Israel attack missiles that were about to be launched? OSINT Technical said the same thing, who I follow. He said, it appears that the Israeli Air Force is actively hunting down Iranian ballistic missile launchers and other infrastructure as the Iranians prep for another attack. So, you know, is this something where Israel observed these previous attacks by Iran and then said, we're going to wait till the next one, and the next one we're going to go in, we're going to have aircraft ready and drones maybe to attack these things. Maybe this is what they did. Jim says they've been doing that for 3 days now. This feels like different. They don't announce it like this usually. And also, again, the timing is so interesting. After, you know, maybe the alert they issued to stay near protected areas was some sort of, well, maybe it was for Iran's consumption as well. Iran sees that and says, oh, well, we're good to go. We can fire these things. I mean, they might, if they really were going to fire them, they'd want people to be close anyway. But this feels like some sort of more than they would normally do thing, and feels like maybe some kind of organized operation to really go after these missile launchers and missile sites. Right before a launch. Maybe Israel will announce that it's taken out a lot of the remaining launchers or something, you know? Israel has had such good intelligence in a lot of their attacks. Think of all of the military officials they killed on that initial night. So maybe they were just kind of sitting and waiting. Thank you, by the way. I think Michael Andren gave like 50 more people memberships Wow. Michael, thank you so much for all your support of the channel. I really appreciate that. Thanks also to DBJ for your support, and Andreas Glazel, and Bean Juice Bond, and Miss Curvy, and Bill McAllister, and Dana Depperman, and Dave Long. What if Israel strikes some devastating blow on the missile launchers in Iran? Maybe they were observing for days, you know, where do these missile launchers, the mobile ones, drive from? Where do they keep the missiles? Maybe they've just been sitting back and observing. Con News says that Con News Israel says Air Force jets launch preemptive strike before Iranian attack, attacking Iranian missile launchers in the center of Iran. Oh, did they say it? No, they haven't said that specifically yet, but that's what Con News is reporting happened. So this attack on these missile sites announced by Israel about half an hour after they told people there might be incoming and they need to stay close to their shelters. It is a possible preemptive strike. Or maybe this was something they planned for days. So we're waiting for more on this. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Where is it saying this? Where is it saying this? Fars. No, Fars is not reporting it. I haven't seen it in Tasnim. So Ariel Oserin, who's with I-24 News English, claims that air defense says that Iranian state TV is saying air defenses are responding to an Israeli attack near the Natanz nuclear site. I have not seen that report myself from an Iranian source, although maybe he's actually literally watching their feed. I do follow some different Iranian state media accounts. Al Jazeera says Iranian media says air defense systems activated in Karaj west of the capital Tehran. A little confusing what exactly is happening right now. But we are bringing you the latest updates. Iranian state TV, Press TV, just posted false alarm regarding missile strike from Iran, attacks likely to come within the hour. I think some Iranian media had been saying that missiles had already been fired from Iran. I don't know that there will be, given that Israel says it's attacking missile surface-to-surface missile sites in central Iran. FJ, who I follow, he says he believes that there has been an apartment hit in Karaj, Iran, possibly a targeted assassination. That's unconfirmed. Yeah, Amakai Stein had a nice summary. He said the IDF detected that Iran is planning to launch missiles. An alert was issued to stay near a protected space. He says the IDF is attacking the launchers, and more than 40 minutes since the alert, Iran has not managed to launch. Yeah, that's basically what we've seen. Al Jazeera says that Iranian media reports air defense systems activated in the northeastern Iranian city of Mashhad. Thank you to X Farm Girl, our new member. Thank you. Thank you to DBJ, Bass 300, India Comparison, Honeybee, Roxy JH, Giji, Sean, Stacy Bashford, Jenny Legg, the Wizlord of IT, Bob Wyndham, Brett Werry, Desi Des, thank you. Mitchell Pilot, Bass 300, sometimes Jordan and Saudi Arabia and other countries stay things. Maybe when this settles down today, we'll talk some about that. Sometimes they have comments they make. Our viewer PW360 said, now I didn't hear this. He said Trey Yingst from Fox said that he had heard Israel was in talks with the Trump administration about a potential shipment of bunker buster bombs for nuclear sites. Again, I didn't see the interview, but thank you, PW360. There's been this question. As we said before, the Fordow nuclear site, which is one of the most important in Iran, is widely believed to be, it's under a mountain, and it's widely reported that Israel does not possess the bunker buster bombs it would need to destroy that facility, and that the U.S. has such bombs and the aircraft needed to carry them. So there's been this question of would the U.S. actually help out Israel to do that, which so far it has not. Jonathan Conricus, who a couple years ago was a spokesperson for the Israeli military. He is now a senior fellow at FDD. He says it appears the Israeli Air Force just snuffed several Iranian missile launchers as they were preparing to launch missiles at Israel. Again, we don't know for sure that that's the case, but it certainly might be the case. I'm guessing we'll hear from Israel something more soon. But we still have no incoming missiles. What, about 45 minutes or more after an alert to stay close to the protected areas? Why am I hearing that person talking? It's driving me crazy. Turn that down. It's on one of the feeds. See if I can find you any more information here about what is going on. Possible preemptive strikes by Israel on Iranian missiles and missile launchers going on. When was the, I don't even remember when that alert was from the, I can look it up, for people to stay near their shelters in Israel. When was that alert? That alert was almost an hour ago, 53 minutes ago. Israel issued an alert for people to stay close to their shelters in Israel. And there was never no missile warning after that. But they did say they were attacking missile sites. But that was almost an hour ago. I'm guessing Israel will announce something at some point. Oh, thank you. Yes, there is supposed to be a manhunt update. There's so much happening. A manhunt update. Manhunt update coming up in 10 minutes. I got to get ready to show that. Let me just do something real quick here. See if this is working. We don't. We obviously that's too big. We don't want that. That is way too big. Why is it like this? I'll fix it. Don't worry. I'll fix it. That's not going to work. Let's throw this. Make it really small. So we have the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. They're about to give an update on the manhunt for the man in Minnesota who shot the two lawmakers. So we'll listen to some of that if nothing else is going on at the time. Some people have been on social media talking about hearing about an earthquake report a couple hours ago, I think it was, in the area of Fordo, I think, or was it Fordo nuclear facility? Dr. Jeffrey Lewis, who's a nuclear weapons expert, he says if the depth is correct on that report, then it's an earthquake. Just an earthquake. He says if depth is wrong, possible, then it would could correspond to an explosion of tons, lots of uncertainty. So he's saying, based on the information he's seeing, he thinks it's just an earthquake, not related to a nuclear facility. But we'll let you know. We'll keep you posted. I'll post Jeffrey Lewis's post here in the chat. You can read it. Okay, a new report from Al Mayadeen. Al Mayadeen says their Iranian correspondent reports Israeli aggression on the city of Malard, west of Tehran. So the idea is that, I didn't even see it on earthquake sites, but people are passing around on social media a report that supposedly is an Iranian report of a 2.5 earthquake in the area of the Fordo nuclear site. But again, as I just mentioned, one expert who I follow said he thinks from the numbers there it's just an earthquake. It's not some kind of thing related to the site. But again, I'll let you know if I hear anything more. Faytux News says, knock on wood, but it seems Israel may have been able to avert an imminent Iranian missile attack. I don't know if it's about averting it or if this is something they had planned. Maybe this was a big operation they were waiting to do against Iranian missile sites. I don't have any, we're just waiting to hear more. People are, that warning is still in effect in Israel for people to stay near their protected sites. It was, I think it was over an hour ago that it was given. And then about a half hour later, Israel said it was striking missile sites in central Iran, surface-to-surface missile sites. Mitchell Pilot, I know nothing about what you're asking about. Nothing. I couldn't know less about it. Iranian fighters that were able to get airborne, I have heard nothing about this report. So I can't help. Unfortunately, I can't provide any insight on it. Sorry, Mitchell. I don't know what it's about. Thank you also, Esdraelon. Or Ophir Tim, thank you. Ophir Tim believes that Israel is doing whatever it can to keep the casualties on citizens low. That's what Ophir Tim thinks. Thank you, Ophir Tim. Thank you to Granite Man. Thank you, Dave Long. Dave Long thinks Israeli aggression is... No, I think, Dave, I think when the outlet Al Mayadeen used... The translation of the word was aggression. It was just a translation of their report. The report was probably strike or something like that, and that's all that was. Sometimes when you translate these foreign reports, you get kind of strange wordings. So I think that's all that was. But I can't go back and read the original because I don't know the original. So I think that Al Mayadeen in that report just meant that there was some kind of strike going on. Thank you, Dave Long. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. I have not heard any kind of reports of some new Iranian cyber attack. There was some report floating around that maybe there was an attack, a cyber attack on the Washington Post this morning or something. But again, I haven't really looked at that. But I don't think Iran would be. That doesn't seem like a major event in this conflict, put it that way. So I didn't really talk about it. I don't know that would have any relation to this at all. But I'm not aware of any kind of major cyber attack reports right now. I'll let you know if I find out. Thank you, India Comparison, and Gary Fry, and Arbin Bekiri, and Judge Bread, and Eddie C. And Cat's Rule, and Kevyo, thank you. Oh, Mitchell said I commented on it when the war started. I don't even remember it, Mitchell. I'm sorry. If I get a chance, I'll try to look it up at some point. Thank you, PH Survivor 92. Yeah, we're good. There's supposed to be an update from the police in Minnesota. So that's why I have this thing right here. We're going to listen to it. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Ariel Oserin with I-24 News English says, more than an hour has passed since the 30-minute warning by the IDF of an imminent barrage and no missiles. It's possible the launchers were struck in real time. As I mentioned, it's possible that Israel has just carried out some attack that has taken out a bunch of, for example, Iran's existing launch capability for missiles. I don't know that that's happened, but it's possible. Ophir Tim says, it's quiet here in Israel, no alerts yet. We are waiting for more information about what's going on in Iran. As soon as I hear anything, I'll let you know. Thank you, Armor of God, for the gift memberships. That's very nice of you. Michael Ida, thank you. Farm Girl gave a bunch of gift memberships too. So nice of you. And Laura G, thanks. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership. I appreciate that. Thanks, Gooch01, for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks, Relila, for the gift subs. Oh, I forgot to thank Relila on Twitch. Thanks, Native Dave and Geeked Up on Twitch as well. Al Jazeera says, the Al Jazeera correspondent says Iranian air defenses intercept hostile targets southeast of Tehran. There have been a bunch of reports in the last hour of Israeli attacks in different parts of Iran. Thank you, Big Chimpin, for the memberships. And Brad Larkin for being a member. Romy thinks Iran has been stockpiling missiles forever. Well, I've seen articles saying they had maybe 2,000 to 3,000 at the start of this thing. Israel has been attacking them a lot too the last few days and attacking missile sites. So that's the best I can say. I mean, there's a number of experts who think they're going to run out soon or run low soon or are running low. But that's not something I'm an expert on. Thank you so much, Romy and Tammy Uskiewicz. We're about to hear from the press conference in Minnesota about the update on manhunt for a Minnesota shooting suspect. I got to put something on the screen about that. Update on Minnesota manhunt. Oopsie. Update on Minnesota manhunt. Oops. think they're speaking. I think they're speaking in Minnesota now. Minnesota coming up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bob Jacobson. I'm the Commissioner of Public Safety, and it's my honor to be with you again today on this continuing investigation. First of all, I want to thank our law enforcement partners who are continuing to investigate and search for our suspect in this case. We appreciate all the time that they're taking away, including today on Father's Day, as they're trying to, get to a successful conclusion. I also want to thank the public for listening to what we're putting out there for information, assisting us in any way that they can in locating our suspect. We appreciate that very much, and their help is always, of course, appreciated. Today we'll have some speakers to present some information and updates on what's going on with our investigation. So as we get through our speakers, after we're all done, there'll be an opportunity to ask some questions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Ryan Sabas. Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming. It's in moments like this that we search for answers to something that defies understanding. A senseless and tragic act that has shaken us all. But in our darkest hours, we're reminded of the strength and resilience of community. We come together not only to grieve, but to stand strong. And together, we will rise. The heinous act should never have happened. Speaker Emeritus Melissa Hortman and Senator John Hoffman are not just public servants. They are remarkable individuals who have devoted their lives to serving others. Every person deserves to feel safe in their home, including those that are elected to lead us. We have the full confidence in our justice system and the professionals working tirelessly to bring individuals responsible to justice. The Champlin Police Department, the Brooklyn Park Police Department, the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, the Minnesota Department of Public Safety, and the FBI, all working closely in coordination on this ongoing and active investigation. We are anxiously awaiting news of justice, and we will not rest until that happens. If you have any information, please contact the tip line at bca.tips@state.mn.us or call 877-996-6222 or your local police department. Your voice could make the difference. Now more than ever, we must truly focus on what matters. Beneath all of our differences, political, personal, or otherwise, we are all human beings, and every human life has a value. Let us move forward with compassion, unity, and a fierce resolve for care for one another. While this tragedy has deeply impacted our cities, the people of Champlin, Brooklyn Park, and the greater Minnesota community are strong. We support those who are grieving, we honor those that we have lost, and we stand beside those that are still fighting. Champlin, Brooklyn Park, surrounding areas, stay strong, show love, show respect, be kind, and never forget the strength that we hold when we stand together. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mayor Winston. Thank you.
Hi, so Mayor Winston of the city of Brooklyn Park. As I've said before, prayers and support go out to the families of the Hoffmans and the Hortmans. I know that our cities, Champlin, and Brooklyn Park are going through a fair amount of grief. But in reality, there's no distance between Brooklyn Park and Champlin Park in terms of supporting the families. Because of this, we know that Speaker Hortman, beyond her legislative impact, has had such an impact on unifying our communities and bringing them together. And even at a personal level, she's been dedicated to helping youth when nobody was looking. And when we look at Senator Hoffman earlier today, I was at a prayer vigil for him. And we were talking about how are we going to support the family and come together. And we realized that the number of families that we're going to have to reach out to and the communities we're going to have to reach out to bring everyone
together. Quick update here. Al Mayadeen is reporting that their correspondent says the sounds of 2 explosions north of Tehran. We are waiting to hear more about what's going on in Iran. I have no big updates yet, so I'm going to turn this back up, but I will keep scanning for updates here.
Immediately to our resources at the federal level, the support that we're getting there, county, regional, local, and of course, Brooklyn Park. I think the work that was done there saved a number of lives. And again, they're committed to justice. And to assist them, we're asking, I think it was said earlier, we asked folks if they have information, please reach out to a tip line. And also, please, if you're looking for information, track real points of information, directly contact or look at information from law enforcement sources. Avoid not sharing or sharing misinformation. And then also, let's realize it's a time for calming words and influence. We are one community, so we very much need to come together on this and support one another. Again, there is some healing that needs to be done here, and we really want to support the families. Again, prayers go out to the families of the Hortmans and the Hoffmans. So thank you, everybody, for your support, and thank you for support not just for within Brooklyn Park or Champlin, but also thank you for support from across the country and through greater Minnesota.
Thank you, Mayor, and mayors and commissioner, and for everybody. I am Drew Evans, the superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. I want to provide you a little bit of an update on what we've been working on today and where we are continuing to go. Law enforcement continues to work in partnership to locate and take into custody Vance Bolter in relation to these murders and attempted murders. There's a nationwide warrant for his arrest for the murders and attempted murders in this case at the state level, and there's also then a federal warrant for the same crime, or for him as well, for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. That's through the coordination that's been done with the Hennepin County Attorney's Office and the United States Attorney's Office for that. And so he is wanted on those across the United States. He is not in custody at this time. This remains a very active investigation. We continue to conduct interviews on the investigative piece, not only to learn his whereabouts, but also to follow up on the case and gather the information as part of these the prosecution related to him. As you may have noted today, and I know you've been around and the sheriff provided some updates, there is information that led us to do the searches that continue in Sibley County in that area. Those teams will continue to be active until they feel that they have done a thorough and complete search in that area for him. I want to reiterate for everybody, if you know anything about his whereabouts, or if you spot anything suspicious or may have been suspicious in the last 24 hours, anywhere, but certainly down in that area, to please contact law enforcement, either your local law enforcement and through our tip line. I also want to remind everybody that there's a $50,000 reward offered by the FBI in this particular case. That reward is leading to the capture of him related to this, and that is offered by the FBI. The teams that continue to work on this is over 100 law enforcement officers and numerous SWAT teams that are in that area searching for him. The BCA is working in partnership on this investigation with the Brooklyn Park Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, FBI, ATF, United States Marshal Service, Sibley County Sheriff's Office, and then numerous other agencies such as the State Patrol and other sheriff's offices from across the state of Minnesota and local law enforcement. This is of the utmost priority, and that is why you're seeing teams from the Twin Cities down in Sibley trying to apprehend him as quickly as possible. We did locate in that area that led us a vehicle that we had interest in related to him yesterday that we were searching for, and it was located in Sibley County very early today. Also, I know it's been reported a hat that we believe he was wearing was found in proximity to that vehicle, which is what has led us to believing he was in that area. As we go forward on this, as we see, what we would ask the public to do is continue to remain vigilant, and anything that you see as suspicious, to please report this to us. You know, for him, It is important now at this point that he's wanted for these to come into custody. We want that to be done safely, both for him and for the public, so that we can move forward with this process, and also for the entire state of Minnesota. As they noted, our law enforcement continue to work very diligently and hard, and we know everybody wants answers. And what I'd ask for everybody today, I know it's been a long day without updates, but that's because it's been a very fluid day. There's been a number of different things that have been followed up on throughout the day and will continue to. As noted, we have taken in over 400 tips into our tip line already, and I would encourage people to continue to provide those so that our investigators can sift through those for clues and information that will lead us to him and to uncover exactly what's happening. Lastly, I would just remind everybody that we have families that continue to grieve, that are going through this process, and that it's very difficult for them. We've been in contact with families related to this, trying to provide some answers. And while everybody wants an easy answer, I would encourage everybody online and in our communities to not speculate on what occurred and what the motivation was for this. We often want easy answers for complex problems, and this is a complex situation that our investigators are going to need time to sift through the information and evidence, and those answers will come as we complete the full picture of our investigation, and we will continue to provide that information as we are able. With that, I'd be happy to answer some questions at this time, and I just remind everybody that it's a very active investigation. So the question was, did we find anything in that car? We did find items of evidence in that car that are relevant to this investigation. We can't go into the details of that, but there were items recovered for that car that are relevant, that will be part of our investigation, that provide additional answers, and that lead us to believe, additionally, beyond looking for it, that he was associated with that vehicle. So the question is, do we believe that he is trying to leave the country or headed towards Canada? There's a large law enforcement presence down in Sibley County, but we don't have him in custody. So we don't have evidence that he's intending a particular destination, but all options are open to the investigative team, and they're exploring that right now. Dan, New York Times, do you believe he's on foot? The question is, do we believe he's on foot? We believe, in terms of we have not concluded exactly how he is getting around the area at this time. It could be in multiple ways that he has traveled, and that's open, and that's why you see in that area a very large perimeter, because they're looking at various modes of transportation from there. The question is, do we believe he's still alive? We're certainly operating as though he's still alive and believe he is at this time, and will continue on as is. And the question about his wife and traffic stop, I think everybody would know that, in any time an individual is identified as a suspect in investigation, we're going to talk to their family members and do that. So we met with his family, not just his wife, but other family members, to really understand what's going on, and that's part of that, and that will help us complete the investigation, and so that was part of what we're doing. Jay?
Jay Coles, Channel 5 News. Drew, on that point, are they in custody at all, or were they just questioned and released? And also, do you have any evidence that you might have stopped at another lawmaker's house before you got the Hoffman morning?
So the questions were, are they in custody? The answer is no. And then as far as the others, we've mentioned we can't get into the specifics of the investigation. We believe that there certainly were other individuals that were identified as part of this information with him, and the terms of what exactly he had done, we are still continuing to build out that full picture as to what his whereabouts were, but we certainly are getting there, and there were other individuals that might have been targeted. Yep. Paul News.
One of my colleagues spoke with people in Sibley County who were told that the suspect may have been getting around a bicycle or a e-bike. Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah. so the question was, is the individual getting around on a bike or bicycle? I think that, as noted previously, there might be multiple modes of transportation for the individual, and we can't get into the details and specifics. It might thwart our ability to locate the individual.
Yeah, Drew Paul Bloom, Fox 9, just about assistance. Do we believe at this point he's getting any assistance? Any evidence that was found? And then just to elaborate a little bit more on that traffic stop, because there have been leaks that the cash is in the wife's car, passports, weaponry. It sounds, intriguing. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what was found there and why, if so, they were able to be released?
Yeah, the question was, why were they about the traffic stop, and what were then? Can you repeat the first part of your question?
And the first was just, is there any hard evidence that he's getting assistance?
Oh, yeah, thank you. So the question was, is there assistance in the items? And I can't discuss the details of what was inside of the vehicle at that time. It's part of our active criminal investigation, and we're working on that. Why were they allowed to be released? They were cooperative. We're working through that process. We certainly always analyze evidence, but they were very cooperative with us and provided us the information we needed and the information related to that. If the question about do we believe he's receiving any assistance, options are on the table. We haven't seen specific individuals doing that, but we don't know that specifically now. He's certainly been in contact with individuals. Whether or not they're providing active assistance, I can't provide that. Go ahead.
Lily Alexander, CBS News. Have you found any indication of prior threats, any online activity, any communication besides the manifesto? If you wouldn't mind sharing some details of the manifesto that might help people find them.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. It was about details on what's been referred to as manifesto, and then are there online information or others or threats indicating. So far, we have not located any prior threats with this individual towards anybody on that. That will obviously be a deeper dive to really understand the motivation of this individual and whether or not that is on there and connections related to threats, whether they might be here or in different parts of the United States. In terms of what's been referred to a manifesto, I want to clarify for everybody, and just for this is not a document, because I think it's important for the public to understand, that would be like a traditional manifesto that's a treatise on all kinds of ideology and writings. This is a notebook with a lot of, that's been reported, of lawmakers and others that are listed in here, and then much more other thoughts that are throughout this, as opposed to a very succinct document that's providing long, and it's mixed in with other documents. So that's where this is coming from. I don't want the public to have the impression that there's this long manifesto that's providing all of this information and details and then associated with names. It's much more about names and then others, and we will work through. And beyond that, I cannot provide details because it's part of the active criminal investigation.
I have a question. Is the shelter in place in Egan related to this investigation?
I am not familiar with that. I'd have to ask you to go to Egan. The question was a shelter in place in Egan, and I am not tracking a shelter in place in Egan right now. Was it earlier today, or is it right now? I would ask that we've been in here for a few minutes, but so I don't know if there's anything related to ours, but I'd have to ask you to talk to the Egan Police Department. Yeah, I can, just on that. So the federal role on, yes, please. Yeah.
Is there still an ongoing threat to current lawmakers?
So what I would tell you in terms of the questions were ongoing threat to public lawmakers, is there one? Certainly the safety of our lawmakers and public services is utmost concern to all of us. Certainly is to the security apparatus at the Capitol that provide that for them, our Minnesota State Patrol as well, and so we continue to evaluate that. I will say that we have no indication that the individual that is wanted here did anything other than conduct these acts by himself. But that doesn't mean we aren't exploring more fully. If there's any other threats that might be there, we will continue to evaluate that and work together with them. In terms of the role of the federal government, they've been extremely great partners to all of us. The FBI and ATF, the United States Marshal Service, and others from the federal government are providing both investigative assistance on this case and then participating in the manhunt for the individual to locate him and take him into custody safely. That is not uncommon in a large case like this, and the United States Attorney's Office has been in contact with us, and they certainly will be exploring if there are federal charges that would be connected to this sort of violence that was conducted on our lawmakers. Yeah, so this is a partnership right now. The Brooklyn Park Police Department is lead on the murders that occurred in their city, and we are assisting them as we do as a BCA and communities all across Minnesota with the assistance of the Sheriff's Office as well, and then those federal agencies. When we do an investigation like this, it is not uncommon for us to work in partnership with our federal agencies to see if there is an investigation that may lead to federal charges, which is what we're doing. So it is very typical that you would pursue in a murder case the murder investigation as a state case, be charged, and then we'll examine if there are federal charges, and we'll have those ongoing conversations, which we are doing right now with the United States Attorney's Office for Minnesota. And in that case, the FBI is typically the lead agency in that case, unless there is something else that's more specialized, like gun charges, etc. All right, thank you. We should answer this. So, and this is, the question is, this has been expanded to South Dakota, and I think that came from, I don't know the specifics, but oftentimes when we're looking for an individual, we will send out information to law enforcement in surrounding states. Yesterday, he certainly had a lot of time to be able to cover a lot of distance once we knew that he had escaped from the crime scene. We believe that information was shared just like we would share in Minnesota if somebody was coming. This happens on a regular basis, that it was shared out for their law enforcement to be on the lookout. They call it a bolo, to be on the lookout for the individual, and we believe it was there. We were never tracking and believing the individual went to South Dakota as an investigative team. Thank you. Thank you all.
All right, so that was the update from Minnesota. They're still conducting the manhunt, so I just wanted you guys to hear that. Give me one moment here, and we'll get you caught up. Ooh, hold on. Get rid of this. Okay. Get rid of this. So, we're still waiting to hear more about what exactly is going on in Iran right now. So what I can tell you is, I think it's about a couple hours ago now, Israel issued a warning to, I think, most of Israel, saying you need to stay near your protected sites, your shelters. And usually after that, there would be some kind of missile strike by Iran. But there wasn't any kind of missile strike by Iran. And like a half hour later, Israel said the Air Force is attacking surface-to-surface missile sites in central Iran, which made it seem like maybe Israel was doing some kind of strike on missile launchers as they were getting ready to launch missiles at Israel. So that's going on. We haven't gotten an update on that. Also, over the last hour and a half, there have been various reports in various media outlets, Israeli, Middle Eastern, that there have been attacks in Israeli strikes in various parts of Iran. So there's that. Then there were these rumors going around online that were just unsubstantiated. There were some rumors claiming that Israel had struck the nuclear site in Fordo, the Fordo nuclear site near Qum, I think it is, which is an very important nuclear site in Iran. That has not been confirmed. We don't really have much good reporting on that. There's a claim floating around that there was a 2.5 earthquake near the site. I haven't seen that earthquake listed on earthquake sites myself when I go to them, but there's some document going around that purports to be a report from an Iranian nuclear center claiming there was an earthquake, a 2.5. I don't know. Then there's a video going around which purports to show some sort of big fire after an explosion somewhere near this nuclear complex, but that hasn't been verified. So we just don't know at this point. We just don't know. I don't really have good information on any of this stuff. So we'll have to wait and see what we hear. It is pronounced, what is it pronounced? Hold on a second here. Ooh, here we go. Oh, in Farsi, I guess it would be pronounced Qom. Qom would be pronounced Qom. Qom? I'll go with Qom. Oh, Gom? Hold on. It's pronounced Gom. Gom is how to pronounce it. I just looked it up. Thanks in the chat as well. Gom. So the Fordo site is near Gom. Again, I do not know if Israel has actually launched some strike on Gom. Also, it's been widely reported that Israel doesn't have the kind of munitions it would need to destroy the Fordo complex because it's under a mountain. But maybe they want to do some damage to it or something. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what's going on? Who knows what's... Maybe there's been some sabotage there. I don't know. Maybe nothing's happened at the Fordo nuclear site. We just don't know right now. So trying to get you more information, it's really sketchy right now what exactly is going on. But I am confident in saying that, oh, hold on. I am confident in saying that Israel is attacking missile sites in central Iran, that Israel is carrying out other strikes in Iran, that there was some sort of missile, there was a warning to stay near shelters in Israel, and yet no missile strike after that, missile launch after that. So beyond that, I don't know. We'll have to see. Oh, the IDF says, okay, the IDF is telling people that they should continue to stay close to their shelters. And the rumors about some sort of attack on the Fordo nuclear site continue. But those really are rumors at this point. It would be a big deal if Israel attacked the Fordo nuclear site. Now everybody is reposting that video, which supposedly shows, oh, hey, I have some big sports news for you. For a quick breaking sports update for those who follow baseball. The San Francisco Giants are acquiring Rafael Devers from the Boston Red Sox. So you sports fans can go look that up online and find out all about that. I don't understand with this. So where is the University of Tehran Seismological Center? Site isn't even working. Oh no, here it is. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. There is a feverish online rumor mill about Israeli strikes on the Fordo nuclear site near Qom. But little reliable information. I mean, EMSC is a good earthquake site, and they don't mention anything there. Let me show you what we're looking at here. This is driving me crazy. Where is that noise coming from? There, okay. Fordo. There's Fordo Village. I assume the nuclear site's in that area. Where's Qom? There's Qom right there. All right, there's Qom. So we're talking about south of Tehran. That's where it would be, right in that area. There's Tehran, there's Qom, and there's Fordo here. I assume that's where the nuclear site is. Again, Tehran, Qom, there. So, oops, hold on a second. I was looking up on EMSC, which is an earthquake site, for earthquakes in Iran. I found a 3.0, but that's not the right one. So I don't even see it there. Then I looked on USGS and I didn't see it there either, but I can look again. I have to do a search, a whole search thing here. Okay, can I search right here? .5, draw rectangle on map. Past 7 days. I'm doing a search on USGS. An earthquake search. I'm just trying to do this search. Search. Oh, here it is. I just did a search, and I didn't find anything on USGS about an earthquake, 2.5 earthquake. I just did one on ASMC. I didn't find anything about a 2.5 earthquake. So I don't even know if there's been an earthquake. Just to be clear. There is also a video that claims to show a drone shot down in Erbil in Iraq. A lot of rumors going around. Al Jazeera says, IRNA, Iranian news outlet, says air defense fire heard east of Tehran. So the alert to stay near bomb shelters, I mean, that originally went out. It's been on for a long time now. That originally went out, that alert, almost 2 hours ago, telling most people in Israel, I believe, is to stay close to their shelters. And then nothing after that. No, usually what would happen is they'd say, okay, we saw the missiles launched, get in your shelter now. They said nothing, but a half hour after that, they said we're attacking surface-to-surface missile sites in Iran, in central Iran, which is, which a lot of people online are saying are missile launchers. And maybe sites related to the launching of sites related to that. So, seems like maybe they, when a missile attack was about to happen, started attacking the launchers. I don't know. It feels like something may be happening, but we don't know exactly what. Very quiet in terms of official announcements. Something's going on. Oh, here's this report. Good, thanks to, I was looking for this link. IL Red Alert on X posted the earthquake report. This is this earthquake report everybody's talking about. Look at the earthquake report. Everybody's talking about it. It says Qom province. It says today. It says 20 UTC, which, hold on, I think that would have been about 3 hours ago, right? I'll double check. Everybody's talking about it. Oh, we are currently, we're at, yeah. So this would have been about 3 hours ago. Again, the two earthquake sites I look on, neither of them had it. Oh no, where is the report? Where's the actual? I'm at the wrong page now. Oops, hold on. I somehow went to the wrong page. Where is it here? Here it is. There. It says Qom province. So some people are looking at this and saying, hey, there was this earthquake. Israel must be attacking the nuclear plant in Fordo, which is near Qom. Anyways, I don't know. Hey, a quick thank you to, I want to say a couple thank yous here. Thank you so much to Da Shark. Thank you, Da Shark. And Mr. Poopsalot. And Sammy AG. And Show Intel. And Family B. Who says, I'm from Israel in the shelter now. When in their shelter. There's no go in the shelter oil that I'm aware of, but I don't think that's a bad idea if you think it's going to keep you safer. Family B, thank you. Stay safe there. Qom is gone, says Heavily Intervention. Thank you, Heavily Intervention. No, I haven't heard that report. Garden Girl 9, thank you. Who says it's a very, very religious city, very old, beautiful. Go. I am Revon, thank you from watching from Ireland. HNW. Crypto King, Show Intel. Also India Comparison, thank you. Denise Johnson Gilligan, Question the Narrative, and W5ELD, and Greg Swindle. Greg says, I worked new debt explosions detection for years. I can't find the seismic wave either. If someone finds it, it would be easy to tell what caused it. That's what Greg says. Thank you also, Christopher W. Yeah, I can't comment on whether any kind of Iran feeds are online are real or not. I don't have access to any I can show you. I don't know about the legitimacy of any of the ones online. I mean, if you're watching like Al Jazeera and they're showing a live shot from Iran, well, I think that's legitimate. It's probably their camera. But the other ones I can't really assess. Thanks also to Retirement Wrong on Twitch. Thank you also Gig Tech and Daddy. Gig Tech, Daddy's coming, Puma Cat 0815, Gutch01, all on Twitch. Thank you for your support. And also thanks to our moderators. Huge thanks. People like Beth Mythical moderating right now. Gonna have to eat something at some point. Haven't eaten yet. Ruth Krafasi. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X, on Twitch, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Surly Dev, thank you. Linda Belk, Paul Anderson, not Linda Belk, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley on Facebook, thank you. Thanks Shannon Davis Hughes for subscribing over there, and Diane Allworth, and Rita Evans Lang, and Margaret and Kay, and Aaron Van Ness, and Susan Priest Buchner. I'm seeing a couple claims online from Open Source Intel and Mitchell Ulrich that the video of explosions in Qom are not at the Fordo nuclear plant, but at a Qom military air base. Maybe that's true. Maybe there's been a military air base that's been hit. I don't know. I just thought I'd pass that along. I'll post the link to that post in the chat. Iranian state media says a few minutes ago, parts of the Narmak and Lavizan areas in Tehran were targeted. Air defenses are repelling the threats. Additional news will be announced soon. This is from Fars state media. They just posted a few minutes ago, parts of the Narmak and Lavizan areas in Tehran were targeted. Air defenses are repelling the threats. Additional news will be announced soon. I don't know what they did. They usually don't say additional news will be announced soon. So I don't know what that's about. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment. Well, there has been a number of reports in Iranian media, Middle Eastern media, Israeli media over the last couple hours of attacks in Iran. So I'm pretty confident there have been a number of Israeli strikes in Iran. Tasnim, which is Iranian state media, says air defense activity in the skies of Tehran. So multiple Iranian state media outlets are right now saying air defense is active in the capital of Tehran. I mean, look, it's been so weird. Israel said, stay close to your 2 hours ago, Israel told most of the country, stay close to your shelters, and they never lifted the order. Could they be going after the supreme leader tonight? Could there be some other big thing going on? Just feels like something's going on. It's very strange. So again, multiple state media outlets in Iran say air defense is active in Tehran. Thank you to Brett L. Thanks, Brett L. Thanks, Better You Than Me. Thanks, Chad Matthews. Thanks, Crazy Yoda. Tim747 says, way too quiet right now. I mean, clearly stuff is going on. We just don't know what specifically. It just feels like a bunch is going on. Rebecca Falsetto, thank you. AZ Intel's dad, thank you. Says, pray for peace. Shout out to our YouTube members, the Antique Action Figure, Dougie Fresh, Hobgoblin, KC Veteran, Chad Matthews, Carolette, Ahan Saka Amini, Less Offensive Scottish Lass, Midas Nancy, Makalaka, Wicked Switch, thanks for being YouTube members, Samurai Conscious, Kitty Donahue, Money Tree Hollins, American Woman, Fred Flintstone, Less Offensive, Miss Hawkins, Stan Benner, Carolette, Evelyn in Maine, Sherry S., Kathy Cleary, Roger Shoemaker, all of our other YouTube members, thank you. Eric Pies, Saba Lee, Durka, Lisa32, Lexa Fulmer, Game Judge, Crypto King, Casey Veteran, Mila Nove, Mama of 6, Less Offensive, thank you. What exactly is happening? What exactly is happening? Waiting to hear more. Again, it's now been over 2 hours since the IDF told Israelis to stay close to their shelters. 2 hours, over 2 hours. Justin Woodward, our viewer, says, it's quiet, too quiet. Our viewer, Callie, mentioned that on Volcano Discovery, they list the 2.5 earthquake near, in the Qom area. I don't know what their sourcing is for it, though. I mean, they might have that list up there based on that Iranian report. I don't know that that's an independent report. It's not on USGS, it's not on EMSC, so I don't know. But thank you for letting me know. Strange evening there. Eventually we'll hear some more about what exactly is going on. Oh, I want to mention something. Believe me, I'm checking all kind of sources. Oh, thanks to Chris Walugi. Thank you, Insega and Scott W. Thanks, Scott W. And Shadow. And Miss Nova and Casey Vetram and Dustin Plays. That's very generous of you. Hey, Dustin, thanks for your service. I believe Dustin says he's in the U.S. Army. Thank you so much for your service, Dustin Place. And thanks for your support. That's very kind of you. Thanks. Yeah, I'll have to eat at some point, but I feel like at some point we're going to hear a bunch about what's been going on that we don't know. So I haven't eaten yet. Thanks, Urban Lady. Al Mayadeen is also reporting that Israel is striking the Narmak and Levizan areas in east of Tehran, and Iranian air defenses are responding. Thank you to S. Register, thank you, and Jordan Batani. Feels like something big is up, but we just don't know. Thanks also, Detective Seeds. Thank you. I appreciate that, Detective Seeds. And Logizimo. And Magua on Twitch. Avertax on Twitch. Retirement Wrong on Twitch. I wish I had more information for you guys. I do. I am looking just as much as you to figure out what's going on. It is very strange that it's been over 2 hours that Israel has had people staying close to their shelters in Israel. But that's what's happened. Very strange. Thanks, Jeremy Legg. So it says, I guess Israel for the first time interrupted a missile launch as it happened. Well, I believe Israel has done that before. I feel like Israel has done it with Iran before, where they've announced that they have struck, they've done like a preemptive strike. But I don't, again, all we know tonight is, thank you, Jeremy, by the way, all we know is that they told people to stay close. They said, be near your shelters, and then no missile alert, and then a half hour later they said we're attacking surface-to-surface missile sites. So, sounded like maybe they were attacking missiles getting ready to launch against them, but it feels like maybe it was like a bigger, maybe this is something they were planning for a long time. But then after that, we didn't hear anything about it. And people are still being told to stay near their shelters. So again, I feel like in the past there have been times when they said they conducted preemptive strikes, but maybe this is different in nature. It's so strange. It is 2:44 a.m. Israel time, about 3:14 a.m. In Iran. Dutchson says eerie quiet. Thank you so much, Rizzo, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Chef D.L. Turner. And Dustin Plays and Tammy Uskowitz. And Atomic. Thank you. Also, Robert Beaucamp for your support on Patreon. Thank you, Robert. It's pretty crazy. I'm looking at a lot of different sources, Israeli and Iranian and Middle Eastern, and there's just a lack of reliable updates on what is happening. And since we are now at how long? Since Israel told people in Israel to stay by their shelters, that was 2 hours and 20 minutes ago. People were told to stay near their shelters. Just Ozzy says, if I go to eat, something will happen then. It's possible, but we're sticking it out a little longer. Honorable says, seems over for Iran. Thanks, Shackle Text and Chupa Thingy. Let's see. As Scott Post says, they have not given the all clear in Israel. Miguel Cardona says maybe they got the supreme leader. There's been no reporting on that. Let's see. All of these are Reuters cameras on the screen right now. I will say, I mean, look, we were talking last night, and there had been 2 days of these fatal missile strikes in Israel, where people were getting killed in these different missile strikes. Then as of last night, it was believed that there were 35 people missing in one of them. Now, that number's gone down. I think, I don't have the exact report. I saw some reports claiming that the death toll had gone up in the Bat Yam missile strike, but the last official death toll I saw was 7. But my point was, we were talking about this yesterday. I was saying that to me, it was a big deal in Israel that these things would be happening. All of these fatal missile strikes. And I said, are they going to do something? I would think this puts political pressure on the government to just do something, to say we're doing something different about it. Looks like that they've said tonight that they're attacking the surface-to-surface missile sites. But, you know, maybe it's related to that. Sammy Malloy says it's just too quiet. Oh, Joe Seals, so generous of you, Joe. Oh my gosh. Happy Father's Day, Joe Seals. Very generous of Joe Seals. I really appreciate it, Joe. A bunch of you know Joe from Right Side, which he started. Thank you, Joe. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Hello to your family. Sunflower, thank you for your support. Who mentioned, he says they'll need bunker busters for Fordo. As we said before, the Fordo nuclear site, you can find it widely reported that Israel does not have the bunker busters and aircraft to carry them that would be able to destroy that site. America does, but America has not agreed to cooperate in that kind of thing yet. But who knows, maybe Israel is carrying out some sort of attacks at the site. Thank you, Sunflower. Thanks to X-Farm Girl. Thanks. X-Farm Girl, I just did a shout out to the members on X. Yes, our X subscribers. That's technically for the Lookner account and not Agenda Free TV. But yes, thank you, subscribers on X. Thank you, X-Farm Girl. Thanks, everybody watching on X. Thanks, Ambretsamen and the Vladinator, who thinks Iran is working on a bomb deep underground. Thanks, Nina Drew and Shackled Text. Thank you. And Max Morgan. Everyone just waiting for updates. Nothing, guys. What is happening tonight? What is happening tonight? Jay Campbell says, hopefully nothing, quiet is best. I'm literally just constantly checking for some sort of updates. That's all I'm doing right now, is checking for updates. A lot of rumors. Bunch of rumors. I mean, eventually we'll know more. Eventually there's got to be some sort of updates. Even on Telegram, not a lot of updates. Miguel Cardona says, I mean, if there is a reason for maintaining people in shelters, should be something big. Now, they're not in the shelters. They've been told to stay near the shelters. I think that was about 2.5 hours ago. It is almost 3 a.m. now, Israel time. The Jerusalem Post reports that 2 additional bodies were recovered from the rubble at that Bat Yam location where a missile hit a building yesterday. So 9 people have now died in that strike. How long till daylight? I'll look it up in Israel. In Tel Aviv, it's about 2.5 hours. 5:34 sunrise. Tehran, it might be. Right now in Tehran, it's 3:31. One of the streams, for what it's worth, that is on the, that's the Haifa feed. There's a plane on the Haifa feed. Well, during our, this is very different than the last couple of days. And I think it's over 2.5 hours now that people in Israel have been told, stay close to your shelter. Yeah. 2 hours and 36 minutes ago. The Institute for the Study of War has a post of damage to the Iranian Armed Forces command structure. I'll actually, I'll post a link to this in the chat. But if you look at this here, you can see on the top is the supreme leader. He's alive. But several of those people have been taken out by Israel. Are they trying to take out more tonight? I have no idea. I'll post a link to this in the chat, though. Oopsie. Works. Oh, thank you, just me. Mitchell says maybe they're keeping people close to shelters to protect from a response if the Supreme Leader was targeted. Who knows? Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. You never know. City Locksmith Taylor says maybe the latest Israeli strikes affected the ability of Iran to fire missiles back. Possible. We don't know. Possible. Thank you, City Locksmith Taylor. Bradley Moore. Tracy Hankin. Dashark, for you forever. Mr. Blanksalot, thank you. Doug Lockrow. Adra Soar from Turkey. Thanks for watching in Turkey. Thank you, Bradley Moore, for the memberships. I appreciate that. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership or a subscription. Thanks, Notorious Rob on Twitch. What is going on tonight? What is happening there? You know what? I have a thought. I just had a thought. Sometimes I feel like when there's big information coming out of Israel, when there's big news, it doesn't get reported because I believe this would happen with Gaza sometimes, where people were journalists. Sometimes I believe, if I remember right, that journalists know stuff in Israel, but they're not supposed to report it, and they will not report it if it's sensitive. So I do wonder if part of the reason we're not getting the updates at the rate we usually get them is that the Israeli reporters who normally report about stuff are not saying anything because they can't, because it's sensitive. Just a thought I had. Right, Zayla says there could be, like a military censor kind of thing. Because it's like everything kind of ground to a halt. So I just wonder if we're going to hear something and then later be like, well, we knew about it, but we couldn't talk about it. Yeah, I mean, because I follow a bunch of people and they're not all going to sleep. So I just wonder if that's what we're going to find out. Gary Fry says nothing from people like Manny Fabian would back that point up. I mean, it's just weird that you're now at what, like 2 hours and I think around 45 minutes since Israel told most people to go near their shelters, and they haven't lifted that, and yet I'm seeing very little reporting about anything. Thank you to Allison Hargroves. Thank you so much. Also, Eric Rocky. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, City Locksmith Taylor. I just, my best guess, what I can say is I think something is happening that we will find out about after. Something important. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Thank you, Rita. Thank you, AI. Rita and AI Phantom Files. Naomi Nocturnal, Anil Alberto. Stephanie Perel, Davy Crockett, Silver Sargent, who said could be an Iranian coup happening. That I feel we might be hearing something about if something was going on with that. I mean, I don't know, but that seems like that would be such a big deal, and this just feels, the simpler explanation to me is just something that the Israeli military is doing something, and it's important, and it's being kept secret by them, and the Israeli press can't report about it. Thanks, Ryan Vegan Tech. And Leslie Shannock. Because I mean, you think to yourself, there's all these reporters who report on Israel, and they report, they do a really good job, and they report all the time, and they get all this stuff, and no one's talking about what's going on right now. No one has any idea. I actually think it's weirdly quiet. Also, it's kind of strange. The Middle Eastern and Iranian sites I follow too. It's just like not a lot of anything. Let me keep seeing here. You know, who knows? Maybe there's some sort of operation going on where they send forces in to the country to do something, you know? Something like that. And you're not going to hear anything about that till after, but something that takes a little while, right? Some special forces thing or something. I wouldn't expect to be hearing about that when it happens, while it happens. Thanks, Maragos, for subscribing on Twitch. Chaz Martin, thank you. Back Garden Astronomy says, none of the Israeli Telegram accounts I follow have posted in over 2 hours. Very strange, they normally do. Thank you, Brooklyn Rob, too. Tyler Guy 97, thank you. Ryan Vegan Tech, thank you. Mitchell Pilot. And Rule says even the propaganda has halted. Something is going on. For you forever. Thank you. IA. We're getting close to 3 hours since Israel told people Stay close to your shelters. Getting close to 3 hours. And that they didn't forget about it. It's not like they're like, oh, we forgot. We forgot to tell people it's okay to not do it anymore. Why did we forget? They could have just done it 2 hours ago. No, it's not going to be like that. So they're very well aware that it's still on. It's really wild. Yeah, that was just about 3 hours ago. That just doesn't happen normally. Sledge USA says, loose lips sink ships. Maybe that's why you are hearing nothing. So many rumors. So many rumors. Thank you so much to IA Daryl Smith, Hebrew Jerusalem Prince. Thank you. Hebrew Jerusalem Prince thinks it would be a mistake for Israel to take out the supreme leader. It thinks it would trigger a regional war. Thank you, Hebrew Jerusalem Prince, so much. No news yet, guys. In 5 minutes, it will be 3 hours since Israel told people, get close to your shelters. Stay close to your shelters. One of our viewers said, is Iran currently being fired on? Not even hearing reports. For a while, we were hearing reports about various strikes in Iran. That has stopped. I'll go through the timeline one more time. It kind of drives me crazy to keep doing it, so I'm not doing it that often. But I'll go through it one more time. Things were already seen pretty quiet. When we came on the air, however, how many hours ago, 7 hours ago, there were about 30 missiles launched by Iran at Israel. So that happened. Then after that, it started getting like kind of quiet. And then, anyways, about 3 hours ago, Israel, it was quiet. And then Israel said, I remember we were talking about how quiet it was. Then Israel said, okay, I think it was most people in Israel, you got to be near shelters, which normally means missiles are coming. But then there was never any missile strike. Then a half hour later, the Israeli Air Force announced that they were attacking surface-to-surface missile sites, which made it sound like maybe Israel was doing this major operation to take out missile launchers before they launched, right before they launched missiles. Okay. But then we heard nothing after that from it. That's the last we've heard from Israel. Then we started hearing some various reports of Israeli strikes in different parts of Iran and air defense in different parts of Iran. We heard that for a while. Then there was this whole other thing that happened, which is perhaps the most important, certainly one of the most important nuclear sites in Iran is the Fordo nuclear site, which is under a mountain, which is near Qom. There started to be all these rumors about the Fordo nuclear site. And there was reporting saying there was supposedly an earthquake, a 2.5 earthquake in the general area, and what else? There were just rumors and unsourced claims that there had been attacks at Fordo. Then there's a video that came out of some big fire after an explosion in the general area of Fordo. Some people say it's like 20 miles away. I don't know. So people are talking about Fordo. And then now we're just not even hearing anything. Normally, by this time, you have some sort of firm updates on some of these things. And the Israeli press, to me, has been strangely silent. So if I had to guess, I'd say something is going on, some kind of big operation. But I don't know what it is. Could it be could it ever be? I mean, would we have evidence of this already? Is it possible possible that the U.S. decided to help Israel, and we'll hear, oh, they did drop some U.S. weapons on Fordo. I don't know. That seems... I don't know if we'd see evidence of that beforehand. Could they be going after the supreme leader of Iran? Could they be doing something with special forces? I have no idea. I don't know. in various parts of the country. There's now alerts, a bunch in Tel Aviv area. We have a Haifa camera, a Jerusalem camera, and a Tel Aviv camera. We'll see what we see. We'll see what we see. But now the sirens stopped or not? Nope, here we go. Sirens now. You're hearing the sirens now. What is happening? I'm hearing maybe an interception somewhere. It sounds like we're hearing interceptions. Oh, look at the camera. Oh, Haifa camera. Interceptions in Haifa. Haifa interceptions. Haifa interceptors going up. You can see it on the Haifa cam. Explosions on the Haifa cam. You can see some flashes there on the Haifa cam right there. Flashes from Haifa. What's happening in Tel Aviv, I don't know, but I'm showing you Haifa right now. That is Haifa. We're definitely seeing interceptions in Haifa. Oh, look at this. Look at the Tel Aviv cam. Tel Aviv, we just saw something flying through the sky in Tel Aviv. Interceptors going up in Tel Aviv right now. Interceptors in Tel Aviv going up. I'm going to get rid of Jerusalem right now. Interceptors going up in Tel Aviv. More interceptors in Tel Aviv. Look at the missiles coming in. Interceptors in Tel Aviv going up. Look at all these missiles. Look at all these interceptions. Tel Aviv, heavy activity right now. This is the sky over Tel Aviv right now. A lot of activity, a lot of missiles incoming. Tel Aviv area. Look at all these missiles. A lot of missiles seem to be on the way. Whoa, crazy. Crazy, lots of, a big attack maybe. I'm not seeing it on the other two cameras. This is the camera. Let's see it. We're seeing something fall. Did something just hit? Maybe something just hit. Missiles incoming. Oh, wow, there's tons of missiles. Look at all of these missiles. I don't know what's going on. This seems like a big attack, maybe. Whoa, explosion. All kinds of interceptors.